Hey friends, happy Saturday. Of course though, Nellie has to bother me, so give me just one quick second. Okay. Hi everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope everybody is having a good weekend so far. Oh, what a week it has been. I did not twist it, Isabella. I always miss all the fun. It's good to see all of you. Let me go up here and say good morning. Good morning, Captain, Jen Rebel, Shelly M, Mystic Butterfly, Uninvited Ghetto, Juno, Peekaboo, PJ's mic. Oh no. That $300 mic. Lord. Hey, Sherry, Nicole, Unsolved with Barb, Happy Beach, Diana, Jonathan, Gina, Sherry, Caroline, the Captain Lee, Too Legit, Bayou, Cash, Darling Tammy, Twisted Isabel, Peekaboo. Dude, I need a mic that follows me. I'm trying so hard not to say anything about it, but might be a good way to start off is with this video I just came across. Hey, Poetic, Froggy, Jennifer, Janine, Porsche, Tia, Rocky, Nicole, you're up. Yay. Dazed and Amazed, Ministry, Hindsight, It's Me, Amberly, Mr. Blue. Hi, Gary. Hey, Kathy. Snowflakes, Pretty in Pink, Viv, Julie's Crafton, Grammy's Place, Steph, Betty, Miss Schwish, Shell, Flower Mama. Oh, let me fix this. Okay, everybody. Hey, Stassi, Roddy, Moto Mom, Turning Leaves, Butter, Jamie Beck, Trish, Titanium, Chrisette, Uninvited Ghetto Superstar, Cheesy, Andy, Miss RN, Donna, Tinkerbug. We're going to end up doing this all day, huh? Hey, Blue Eyes, Every Day with Jay. I know people can't stand it, but listen, you can't fast forward on live streams, but on videos you can. And I know people don't like the whole saying good morning to everybody, but I truly do appreciate your time here. And I want you to know that you are acknowledged for being here. So if it bothers you, I suggest coming in a few minutes late. Um, and I'll probably still say hi to you too. Hey, Simplify, Venus. J is for Justice. Roddy with the 73. Thank you. All right, let me catch up. Just Robin, Jen C. If I missed you, I will see you throughout the stream and say hello. Let's start off with this because this is just all right. Hold on. We'll get back to that in a second. Oh shit! Guess what? There's a reason that they don't keep these things public, but I found this to be very interesting. Two quick videos we're gonna play. No, I did not make these videos. I am not these videos. I will share these videos because I like these videos. I hope that answers everybody. Yeah, I can't stand intros. So please do not harass, contact, or send hate to anyone, but I am going to fast forward. Their music's going to get me struck. So there was a ton of hypocrisy flying around her channel last night, enough for a few videos, but I'll start with this one because it really hit me in a strange way. Hey, Tobeans, Kraken. Hold, please.
And why didn't you have cameras and doorbell ringers on those doors when you have an autistic child?
I'm actually a little shocked about the fact that there's allegedly no cameras when she works for a security place. You know what I mean? As a technician who fixes for surveillance cameras.
I had security cameras back in the 80s when my daughter was young. She wasn't autistic, but I just wanted to make sure that we were safe. You know,
Right.
It was for protection. That doesn't make any sense to me. I would really love you to do a poll and ask how many people, when their children were young, because I know some of us are older now, had either a door ring or some type of security in their home.
Mhm.
I bet you it would be way over. It'd be way over 70%.
Oh, I'm sure. Hold on, and I'll do it.
That makes no sense to me.
There's just no two ways about it, and I need some for both sides. We've already done a few things in place for protection. Luckily, I do live in a stand your ground state. No, that's what I guess. That's what I'm coming to you guys for, and I don't want to do this, but y'all know it's one of those things where, like, now I wish I wouldn't have got that computer, but if anybody wants to, I know Julia said she was going to send me a ring, but I need some cameras that I can put up that light up the front and the back. I'm looking at a couple on Amazon. Hell, I don't even know. I've even thought about when I get paid, decking the whole place out. I've got a big yard, putting them on all, you know what I mean, on every side and on the.
Okay, so StreamYard just raised their prices and they're having mic issues. So anytime you share screen, it seems like the mic is going to just mess up. This is absolutely ridiculous. Now I got to keep my avatar up here so I can see myself to see if my mic goes out. Anyway, you get the hint of that video. It's the blatant hypocrisy, the double standards, the judgment on one when you yourself are guilty of the same. It gets to be absolutely tiresome and nobody speaks up. Nobody says a word. Nobody's like, well, wait a minute. Should we judge them for the same things we're doing? It's all the time. So I have to be careful clicking out of here. There's a couple videos over on that channel. If you want to save it, click it for now and go to your watch later. That's usually how I save videos to watch at a different time. But yeah, so let's go over to the main event. Dun, dun, dun. This is so annoying though, that every time you share screen, you take the chance of
filling in for Vinny. The subject of our investigation is a 15-year-old boy who hasn't been seen since February 25th, when his mother says he went to bed and the next morning he was gone. Days have turned into weeks.
Hey, Hemi, I got to make sure I'm still here. Yeah, and they did unbelievable. Like Sin is threatening to sue QB and others. Wait, I thought listen, can we collectively agree that you have no business entering into an arena that is considered drama if your resource is always going to be to sue somebody? Especially if you are actively going back and forth. Now, I do understand if one party stops and the other one keeps going, whatever. But at the same time, like, is that really necessary to keep, like, maybe just find a different sector, maybe stop poking, maybe, but what do I know?
And weeks into months, but the search continues for Sebastian Rogers. Here is his story. Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there's an unsolved mystery. It was a Sunday night going into a Monday morning, and 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was supposed to be inside his home sleeping. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, says Sebastian went to bed around 9 o'clock, but was making some noises an hour later. And
See, that's not even quite true. It was stated she sent him to bed, heard a noise, said, Sebastian, I don't care what you're doing in there, but get to sleep. And he responded back, okay, mama or ma'am, I don't know. I do find it odd. I know a lot of people disagree. I find it odd that a child refers to their parents as sir and ma'am, but I get it. Down the South, you guys do it differently. But so even that's wrong.
Including, she says, a thud sound. Katie says she told him to go to sleep and she herself went to bed at midnight. Then at 6 a.m., Katie says she woke up, went into Sebastian's room to get him ready for school, but he was gone. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, wasn't at home, and his father was 45 minutes away at work. Police responded and began trying to figure out what happened. That was February 26, 2024. And as the days and weeks and now months have passed, there's still no sign of Sebastian, no sign of foul play, and no answers about what happened. Did someone harm Sebastian? Did he just walk away? We're searching for those answers as we investigate the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. And for weeks after Sebastian's disappearance, a massive search effort took place over the areas of Tennessee, near and far from Sebastian's home in Hendersonville.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? I don't know if Granny's mic is working. I'm thinking it's not. Okay, you guys can hear me. All right, I can't hear Granny. I'm up here and I can't even hear her. Hang on. I can't believe that this is $50 a month for StreamYards and it's doing this. Yes, I will screen share. Yep. That way Granny doesn't lose her mic. So I will stream the freaking video. Oh, she's on a phone call. All right, hold up. Can you move me off? I'm like covering the thing. Can you move me? There we go. And now that you're not screen sharing, you should be able to talk when you're done with your call. Okay, so let's get into this. I haven't seen it yet, so let's move forward. I know we were... Start right here.
We're searching for those answers as we investigate the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. And for weeks after Sebastian's disappearance, a massive search effort took place over the areas of Tennessee, near and far from Sebastian's home in Hendersonville. Multiple law enforcement agencies participated. There was ground, aerial, water searches. Nothing has led to the return of Sebastian. Now, official law enforcement agencies, they've completely dialed back, at least with organized searches. But another group of investigators is still working very hard to find him. Here is an update we received today from Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night Private Intelligence, a branch of One World. New leads suggest possible sightings or related activity in Oregon and New York. And we are pursuing all tips with heightened urgencies. And that brings us to our first question of this hour. And that's an obvious one. Where is Sebastian Rogers tonight? As so many people continue to look for him and worry about this young man. Let's bring in Dwayne Chapman, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter. He's with us. He's joined this search effort for Sebastian, and he has dedicated a lot of resources, including his time, and attorney Joe Lesniak, who's assisting with the legal aspects of this.
Okay, so this is unlisted on Court TV, FYI. Hey, Kathy R. It's going to piss you off. So he's donated a lot of time to this case. Dog the Bounty Hunter has.
Search. Good evening to both of you. Dog, let's start with the updates. Where are we here? And if you could, just give us a little bit of more detail on these possible leads in specifically, it sounds like the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and then something over on the New York-Canadian border.
Is there?
Northwest Oregon, and then something over on the New York-Canadian border.
Bulldog.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you having us on the show, and I'm glad my lawyer's there. Let me tell you something, because sometimes I stick my foot in my mouth. So, Mr. Joe, are you there, brother?
I'm here, Dog.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, I don't mean to spin this, but you said a lot of law enforcement and volunteers and all that were out there searching. Let me tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. Chris Proudfoot was threatening all kind of people that they should go home. Why are they there? He allegedly sprayed some neighbor with water.
Wait, what? Chris Proudfoot was threatening people, saying, "Why are you here? Go away." And spraying them with water? What? Who is feeding them this info? And yes, if you look down here under the title, look at unlisted. So you can't find it if you just go search. Why? This is insane.
Because they were asking. So a lot of people, let's say, tried to, help and volunteer, but Proudfoot and his cronies, or maybe by himself, was threatening them, stopping them.
What? We've never heard it was Proudfoot and his cronies. What?
And I don't know why the people that were threatened and threatened by him allegedly didn't call the police. Or what is it called? The TBI? I don't know why the TBI hasn't done nothing unless they're neck deep in it too. I talked to one of the guys and, it was ridiculous. We want the FBI.
Wait a minute. He says that the TBI, and he says, okay, I don't know why the TBI hasn't done anything unless they're neck deep in it too. And then he says, I talked to one of the guys, and it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous when he talked to a TBI guy.
One of the guys, and it was ridiculous. We want the FBI, the marshals. We need the FBI. We need the marshals in on this. And let me tell you about them. They will find what happened to the little boy. They will find Sebastian, what happened to him.
What do you think happened to him, Dwayne? I mean, it seems it's very hard to get your head around that he has not turned up in after this long of a period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you've you know enough and have invested enough here? What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me dog. That's okay to call me dog. And there's a lot of possibilities. Okay, the worst possibility, of course, you could guess that. But we've checked into sex slaves. There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable, from 5 to 8.
Hold on. We've checked into sex slaves. Did he just say sex slaves? Oh my God. What is that? Is there any proof that Sebastian Rogers is a sex slave? What? How have they checked into sex slaves though? Like, how does one do that? How do you check into sex slaves? It doesn't even make sense. If it was that easy to just quote unquote check into sex slaves, don't you think a lot of kids that are taken would be found? If it was just that easy, like there was a fucking database of sex slaves. Oh, we checked out that database of sex slaves and he wasn't on it. Weird. And B-Tim, they put it unlisted. So it's still on their website or on their YouTube. But it's unlisted. And look at how many views. 296. 296 11 hours ago. Because they did it and then they unlisted it. So what's really going on here? What's really going on here?
A lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable, from 5 to 18 years old, little boys and little girls that are in the sex trade. They're catching them right now all over Tennessee. They just caught a kid, I think 8 or 9 years old, yesterday or the day before. So, we want to show those kids pictures of Sebastian. We want to show them those little kids got, sometimes they can ID someone a lot better than anyone else. So we want to show those kids pictures. But again, the ones that I guess found the kids is the TBI. I hate to sound redundant, but we need the federal marshals and we need the feds in on this.
You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those.
I thought the feds were already in on it. I just put the link. Oh, I can't put the link because I'm not a mod. Sorry. I put the link in chat, but it won't post it. Sorry about that. I'm sure when Granny gets back, she can share it. Now we're on to Katie Proudfoot.
You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who haven't been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. Joe, there has
they are. Of course they will.
There's been some pretty nasty rhetoric going on online. Not only, not just people attacking the Proudfoots, but Seth Rogers has been the victim here of a lot of hate. Why? Where is that coming from?
I think a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands. Chris, I think
a lot of people have time on their hands. Yeah, like your freaking client, Nick, has a lot of time on his freaking hands. Nick has a lot of time on his hands. Seems like you do too, Mr. Lesniak.
What happens is they get caught up in their own rhetoric, as you said, and their own story, and they want to try and create headlines. They want to try and create something that's not there. They create smoke, and then they point to the smoke that they created, and you're sitting there going, stop, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. And yet they don't care because the smoke generates more advertising, more smoke, and more people. And they have attacked not only Seth, but anybody who's aligned themselves with Seth Rogers. Seth is and Dog and all these individuals are trying to help find this young man, and they constantly are attacking anybody who's ever latched on to Seth Rogers and the search for Sebastian. And that should send up signals. I've been practicing in the criminal defense and criminal prosecution world for almost 20 years and prosecuted sexual offenders and other types of cases, kidnapping cases. And it should send up a red flag to law enforcement of people who are degrading and putting down and trying to drag through the mud the people who are helping. And so these bloggers and these content creators, there are some that are very helpful and getting the name out and the information out. And then there are others who are just, like you said, dragging people through the mud for their own education and their own desires to get headlines and people to come and listen to them.
No. The only and it's every time, it seems like every time they have something to say, it's always projected upon the people that, quote unquote, have gone after Seth Rogers. No one has left smoke except for them. With all of their Twitters, their videos, their threats, they're, getting certain content creators, making them their team. It's just so weird.
And to me, as Andy Warhol said, everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, but their 15 minutes are up.
Oh, their 15 minutes are up. You hear that? If you wanted your 15 are officially up.
And we're tired of it. We're not going to sit tight and let these people utilize these powerful platforms online to drag and defame individuals who are trying to find, one who's trying to desperately find his son, and others who are trying to find this young man on behalf of his father and his family. And so we have taken action, and we are moving forward in everything we can to stop it.
Get some new Wi-Fi.
Investigation here, and that is to find Sebastian.
Dog, when you have a mother who does not seem to want to participate in the search for her child, at least publicly, what does that tell you, mother and stepfather, the Proudfoots I'm speaking of?
Well, brother, I'll leave that up to your viewers to decide. As far as I've done this way over 40 years, and I lost a baby girl, Barbara Katie at 22 years old. 19 years ago, I barely still can talk about it. So that is like unbelievable. And I also heard that there's witnesses that once Sebastian was in the front yard and Chris Proudfoot was screaming at him, and he called him a retard.
What? Are you serious, Court TV? Okay, now I see why this shit is unlisted. What is this? Listen, even if they believe that, Sebastian is alive and gonna come home, yuck. Just yuck.
And Sebastian hit the ground and started bawling. I mean, all these...
What? Wait a minute. I also heard that there's witnesses, he's saying, plural witnesses.
Unbelievable. And I also heard that there's witnesses that once Sebastian was in the front yard and Chris Proudfoot was screaming at him, and he called him a retard, and Sebastian hit the ground and started bawling.
Wow.
I mean, all these, what is the old saying, all roads point to Rome?
This is horrible. No, I know, Lenny. I agree. Witnesses, plural, that saw Chris Proudfoot do these things. Where are they? Where are they? And why Court TV should have said, okay, well, let's bring these witnesses on then, if that's true. How irresponsible and stupid. This is the bullshit that came from Mark with the fake neighbor. Is that the same fake neighbor that said that Chris Proudfoot used a power washer? Is that the same fake neighbor? If you guys are just joining, Granny is on a call, so I'm taking over for her right now. Same fake neighbor. Yeah, gross. Why does he keep saying that? All roads lead to Rome.
I mean, this is like almost obvious.
Well, if they were involved, though, Doug, then one would think they didn't have a ton of time. They didn't have a ton of sophistication, one would think. Where is Sebastian, and how could they, let's say the worst did happen, how would they have gotten away with it? Is this a shoddy investigation from day one?
Well, somewhat. Somewhat. It's the police officer, it's the TBI. I guess their lead guy is ahead of it. So yeah, put blame where it falls. That guy, it's just incredible. I can't believe that. But what?
Wait a minute, he's not even making sense. The lead guy, yeah, it's just incredible. I can't believe that. You can't believe what? So he's asking if it's a shoddy investigation, and listen to how he does the word salad. Listen how he does the word salad.
Somewhat. Somewhat. It's
And then watch Joseph. He starts to kind of smile. Watch. And then they pan off of him.
Well, somewhat. Somewhat. It's the police officer, it's the TBI. I guess their lead guy is ahead of it. So yeah, put blame where it falls. That guy, it's just incredible. I can't believe that. But what so far what our leads could say, there is a manhole right in front of the Proudfoot's property. And they've said, yeah, the drone or the cops, somebody said, they flew drones in there. And there's like 3 foot of mud, okay? Then a dog, a really good dog, 2 of them, one of them stopped at the edge of the pond that was drained, and the other one jumped in the pond. If Sebastian was put down that manhole into the mud, the scent would have carried to that pond. So I want to know why they haven't blocked that off, got in some kind of suit, and went on their hands and knees and looked in that manhole and all the way to the pond. Dogs, their sense of smell is so much more than a human being.
Okay, so what he's right, they drained it, but what he's saying is, okay, right, why haven't you, Mystic Butterfly? Good question. So what he's saying is, Robat, is he's saying that there's a manhole in front of the Proudfoot's house. But what doesn't make sense is that manhole, I don't believe the water that goes into that manhole goes into that runoff pond. Am I wrong? Would the manhole from the Proudfoot's house drain into that runoff? Maybe it does. I don't know. But he's saying, check the manhole and all the way to the pond is what he's saying. Right. That's what I'm saying. Imaginary Enterprise, John Doe number 3. I don't think that manhole even goes to that pond. I feel like the pond is just like a runoff for like rain and shit. It's not for rainwater to, I don't think that's what it's for. Yeah, the manhole is sewer. And the retention pond is dry. Right. The dog would have went to the manhole first. That's fucked up. Yes, it's a retention pond. It's a retention pond. But he's trying to insinuate that if he was put in the manhole, that his scent would have been in that water. You get what I'm saying? And he's saying they need to check the pipes from the manhole to the pond. At least that's what I'm picking up on. Let's listen to that part again. Because I'm thinking that's what he's insinuating. The scent would have carried to the pond. Yeah. Okay, here. Let's start with the dogs.
And there's like 3 foot of mud, okay? Then a dog, a really good dog, 2 of them, one of them stopped at the edge of the pond that was drained, and the other one jumped in the pond. If Sebastian was put down that manhole into the mud, the scent would have carried to that pond. So I want to know why they haven't blocked that off, got in some kind of suit, and went on their hands and knees and looked in that manhole and all the way to the pond. Dogs, their sense of smell is so much more than a human being.
Hey, John, can you mute that real quick?
Jump in.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm
Welcome
back. Thank
back.
you.
Yeah, no
thank
problem.
you so much. Whew,
No problem, girl.
so much. So I don't know how much I missed, but
I know I'm sad that you missed a lot of it, but
did I miss that? All right, maybe hold on. I'm going to put it on my screen really quick because I do think there's one particular part I wanted to go back to. This is absolute insanity. What you guys are hearing is absolute insanity. So let's start with did we get to the part where he stated Chris sprayed a neighbor with the hose?
yes, we just got past that.
So let's talk about that. Like, if people are going to give dog these rumors, can they give them correctly? Do you recall?
You want me to go back to that part?
Well, I just pulled it up on my screen too,
Oh,
just
okay.
for that.
Okay.
But the correct rumor to that was that a neighbor allegedly saw Chris spray Sebastian with the hose.
Yeah, with the power washer or whatever.
Right. So we can't even get that correct. And then what happened to this international tips? Remember,
Well,
there's
he
Surf with
said-
7 International.
Yeah, he said in the beginning, Dog said, we checked into sex slaves, is what he said.
Mm.
And we talked about that. And I'm like, how do you
do
check
that?
in? Right. Is there a database? Like, oh, he's not in it.
Did you reach out to, did you know people that are involved in sex slaves?
Right. And then he goes on to say that they should check the manhole in front of the Proudfoot's house. So he's either a sex slave or he's in a manhole now.
And when talking about the sex slaves, am I recalling correctly that Dog wants to go to these traumatized kids and show them photos of Sebastian?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yes. And then also with the spraying of the hose thing on the neighbor, they also said this. He said that they have witnesses, plural.
Oh, plural now.
That Chris Proudfoot was yelling and screaming at Sebastian, called him a retard,
Oh,
and then
again.
sprayed. Yeah, and he said retard.
Wow.
No wonder this is unlisted, right?
Right.
And then said that Chris Proudfoot then sprayed the neighbor.
Oh, so okay. Nobody called the cops.
Nobody called the cops.
No police report.
Nope.
No. Wow. That's amazing. Wow. So imagine that scenario, right? Imagine, you see your neighbor outside right now. They're power washing at their child, screaming obscenities to them. And you interject as a good neighbor, like, whoa, what are you doing? And that person then sprays you and you go, what, get a towel and grab
just
a cup
go
of
home?
coffee? Right.
Yeah,
like
you
you
just
just good day, all. Like that's it. And while some of this is humorous, we got to remember this is on court TV.
Mm-hmm.
This is wild.
And I just thought, if they believe that
Whatever,
Sebastian
fun.
could come back alive, Can
Yeah.
you imagine him hearing like Dog the Bounty Hunter saying that?
No, I
Awful.
couldn't. Mm-mm.
Awful.
Absolutely awful. And then did I also all right. So sorry guys. I am going to catch up a little bit to the parts I missed because there was some important parts here I wanted to let you all hear. As you can imagine, I just took a phone call with another attorney. So we are moving forward. Like there's no going back at this point. But what was said during this part, I believe it was this part, was very interesting to me. And I know Jay just so kindly went over it. But if you all don't mind, if we revisit again so I can give my input on it.
Well, they came for your input, girl. Do your thing,
Yeah,
chicken wing.
they did, didn't they?
They sure did. They sure
Pretty
did.
sure Joseph Lasniak mentions that here. Let's see if I'm right.
Attorney Joe Lesniak, who's assisting with the legal aspects of this search. Good evening to both of you. Dog, let's start with the updates. Where are we here? And if you could, just give us a little bit of more detail on these possible leads in specifically, it sounds like the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and then something over on the New York Canadian border.
So let's listen to that, right? As Lasniak fixes his hair, let's listen to that. So something about the Oregon, and then what was the other spot? Just left
New
my
York.
head. New York, right?
Mhm.
Meanwhile, dogs where? Allegedly Tennessee.
Yeah.
How do you have all these credible leads and so many far distances? And since when did Oregon and New York become international, Jay?
I don't know, but they're covering every Canadian border from New York to Oregon.
Yeah.
Every access point.
Yeah, they just phoned up every access point, was like, hey, us nobodies are demanding you be on high alert.
Yeah, their actress lady, she sent out an alert, remember?
Yeah.
Rapid
Yeah.
response.
Rapid response.
Attention.
Excuse me. Who are you all? So I didn't want to let everybody know this, but I've been meeting with people 3 times a week. Aliens from Mars. I didn't want to give it away yet because it's like going to be big things. They're going to come here in like January or February, but yeah.
You got to wait till spring.
Got to wait till spring. You know, urgent matters. So he is in a pipeline between Oregon and New York, possibly Tennessee. It depends which reliable tip you want to believe. So anyhow,
Well,
I like
first of
Joseph
all,
Lasniak fixing his hair.
I know, that was funny. We laughed at that too.
Specifically, it sounds like the Pacific
Joe.
Northwest, Oregon, and
there
then
you go.
something over
You still got to push it down a little bit. That's all right. You
It
tried.
looked
on the
better
New
the
York
other way.
Canadian
It
border.
did.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you having us on the show, and I'm glad my lawyer's there. Let me tell you something, because sometimes I stick my foot in my mouth. So,
Did you guys notice? I thought Bruce Castor was his lawyer.
Yeah.
I noticed Brucey isn't on this one.
Brucey's done. So now
Brucey.
it's just Joe.
Now it's just Joe. All by myself.
Mr. Joe, are you there, brother?
I'm here, dog.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, I don't mean to spin this, but you said a lot of law enforcement and volunteers and all that were out there searching. Let me tell you the truth and nothing but the truth.
So help me God. God damn it.
My
Let me tell you-
constitutional rights, god damn it.
God damn it.
Chris Proudfoot was threatening all kind of people that they should go home. Why are they there? He allegedly sprayed some neighbor with water, because they were asking. So a lot of people, let's say, tried to, help and volunteer.
Can we start with first and foremost, which is the most obvious, is that anytime somebody says, let me start with the truth and nothing but the truth, they are most likely following up with a lie.
Yes. And then he says, I don't mean to spin this, but let me spin this.
Right. Like, I don't want to spin this, but let me spin this. Okay.
But Proudfoot and his cronies, or maybe by himself, was threatening them, stopping them. And I don't know why the people that were threatened and threatened by him allegedly didn't call the police.
So let's start with Proudfoot and his cronies, or possibly by himself. Well, which one is it, detective, intelligence agency? And then they didn't call the police, Jay.
You know who it sounds? You know what this story reminds me of?
What?
Do you remember when the fake Steph came on my show?
Yes.
And she was like, we went there, and she was crying, and she's like, Chris Broadbent told us to get off his property and told us to never come back there. Remember, she said she got kicked off the property.
Yeah, I'd kick her off my property too.
That's what this story sounds like. That people
and then we knew she was never there, right?
Right. It was all a lie. But
Right.
that was the story she told me, was that her and her husband took this plane and brought their dogs and this big, deal, got there to help. And then he was screaming and telling her to get off his property.
So it's almost like they're running with rumors as facts.
The same stories are being fed to him, it seems like.
Right. With no police reports. And then I like how he adds the allegedly. Like, again, that's not going to protect you. It doesn't protect you. So allegedly it was happening, but they didn't call the police.
Was threatening them, stopping them. And I don't know why the people that were threatened and threatened by him allegedly didn't call the police.
Because it didn't happen, dog.
What is it called? The TBI? I don't know why the TBI hasn't done nothing.
This is the guy who claims they're working hand in hand with TBI. What's it called? The what? Where am I?
Unless they're neck deep in it too.
Oh, now
I
they're
talked
part
to
of the
one of the
conspiracy.
guys, and it was ridiculous. We want the FBI, the marshals. We need the FBI. We need the marshals.
Can somebody let Dog know that the FBI put out a $50K reward, which means
They're already involved.
Woo! Jay gets an apple.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Intelligence.
In on this, and let me tell you about them. They will find what happened to the little boy. They will find Sebastian what happened to him.
Little boy.
What do you think happened to him, Dwayne? I mean, it seems it's very hard to get your head around that he has not turned up in after this.
Can I just say how insulting it is to wear an American flag while trying to take away somebody's constitutional rights?
Long of a period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you've you know enough and have invested enough here?
I got them.
What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me Dog. That's okay to call me Dog.
What did he call him before that? Let me see.
Gut telling you.
I didn't pay attention.
It's
happened to him.
What do you think happened to him, Dwayne? I mean,
Dwayne. Don't call me Dwayne. Call me Dog.
Don't call me Dwayne.
Turned up in after this long of a period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you've you know enough and have invested enough here? What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me Dog. That's okay to call me Dog. And there's a lot of possibilities.
Wait a minute. Can you pause it?
Absolutely.
Go back to that. It sounds like a total edit. Like this was pre-recorded. Because he goes, you can call me Dog. And then listen what he says after that. It doesn't seem right.
Well, first of all, please call me Dog. That's okay to call me Dog. And there's a lot of possibilities.
Oh, sounds like there's a pause there.
Yeah, like you can call me Dog, and then he goes, and there's a lot of possibilities. Like it was a mid-sentence, they edited out. This has got to be pre-recorded. Weird. Unless he's just all over the place, which he is.
I think he's just all over the place. I do.
Okay, the worst possibility, of course, you could guess that. But we've checked into sex slaves. There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable, from 5 to 18 years old, little boys and little girls that are in the sex trade. They're catching them right now all over Tennessee.
Wow. So TBI, who's doing nothing, is catching all these autistic children that are in sex slaves.
Yeah, what are they called? The what? The TBI? The what?
The what? The what? Let me see something, because is there a way to see what percentage of autistic children are victims of sex slave?
not sure. I've never really
Because-
heard of autistic children being
Sex slave.
taken into that.
Because not for nothing, and I'm going to say this as best as I can, but normally they don't want children that require medication or a lot of attention or upkeep. They kind of that's not what they're normally looking for. So I find it ironic that they're now claiming that that's the case.
Right.
Because normally it's not. I mean, a lot of autistic children require a lot of upkeep that most traffickers aren't in the business of providing. So I just
Right.
find that to be odd.
Especially, yeah, because they're on medications. And if they take them, then they don't have the medications. Then they have to deal with all of that. And they don't want to deal with all of that.
Right. Right. And I know there's going to be somebody who's going to take what I'm saying and trying to make it, weird. But while I believe that they can be victims, I'm just saying I don't believe that there's like this high number of. They are more accessible to becoming victims of because of their, easy to trust and all of that. It's just
Yeah,
they're
I
very
don't know.
vulnerable, but I also don't believe they're sought after at the same time. I don't know.
Not,
What
I
do
don't
I
think
know?
for organized, like, I mean, if I was to guess, I wouldn't think like for organized trafficking, but maybe more so being lured, from maybe talking to someone on a video game. Something like
Right.
that would be more likely, I think, than, being sold into, sex slave.
And regardless, I mean, it's a horrible possibility nonetheless, but just the way Dog's saying is like they're rescuing these children left and right that are autistic.
Yeah, I haven't heard TBI say that when they've rescued kids, but they don't usually give us very much info
Right. It
on the
doesn't really,
victims,
right. And it doesn't really matter if they're autistic or not. They're victims. They're children. They're victims. Uh,
It just doesn't make sense. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
right. Because most importantly, the first thing he says is TBI or whatever they're called. They're ridiculous. And then he follows up with, well, they're finding all these autistic children that are, victims of. So which one is it? Are they ridiculous and doing nothing? Or are they, breaking edge, finding all these missing children?
Yeah, I wonder where he's getting those stats from.
Yeah, I can't find any. And again, I'm not saying it's not possible. I absolutely believe all children can be victims. I just want to know the percentage that is actually victims that are autistic.
Bayou Babe said she Googled, but she can't find any percentage.
Yeah, I can't either. Thank you for trying.
Chapped ass says, Jay, he hasn't been talking out of both sides of his mouth. He's talking out both sides of his butt.
In my opinion. All right.
Allegedly.
They just caught a kid, I think 8 or 9 years old, yesterday or the day before. So, we want to show
When we just look at the verbiage used, they just caught.
I
trade.
noticed that too.
They're catching them right now all over Tennessee. They just caught a kid, I think 8 or 9 years old, yesterday or the day before. So, we want to show those kids pictures of Sebastian. We want to show them those little kids got, sometimes they can ID.
Hey, traumatized children that were just saved. Gemini eyes, thank you. Snazzle
Have you
dazzle,
seen
thank
this
you.
kid?
Yeah. Have you seen this shot? And listen, I'm not saying it's a good idea, right? Because to get to his photo and say, hey, but at the same time, like that's not the main priority is therapy for these kids. And, and I'm sure at some point they do present them with photos to say, have you seen this, of children they believe may be in that scenario.
Well, where's the news report that they found this 8-9-year-old child
that they caught?
And why is he saying caught versus rescued?
Right. Tennessee caught an 8-9-year-old.
Because I consider like a child that's in a sex ring to not be there willingly, right? So they wouldn't be caught doing something. They would be rescued.
Right. And actually there's nothing of recent that shows or implies that even took place.
Was any child rescued in the last day or two?
Yeah, let me not put caught, rescue.
Yeah, saved, rescued. Exactly, Rainbow.
I got 3 years ago. No.
That would be totally on the news.
Yeah, it's just none.
I mean, what 8-year-old was missing that they rescued? Like, where's the missing report? It just doesn't, it ain't adding up.
No, no.
Someone a lot better than anyone else. So we want to show those kids pictures. But again, the ones that I guess found the kids is the TBI. You know, I hate to sound redundant, but we need the federal marshals and we need the feds in on this.
You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who haven't been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. Joe, there has
they are. Of course they will.
I would decline to be in
Wow.
the presence of these two too.
That made that guy a little uncomfortable. He's like, yeah.
Right. And what I don't think people realize is with the amount of like slander, defamation, threats, all the things that are going on right now against the Proudfoots, perhaps they're not going public so they can remain private, right? I mean, just a thought. I don't know. But I don't think I would go either. I'm with you, Sam Brown.
Joe, there's been some pretty nasty rhetoric going on online. Not only, not just people attacking the Proudfoots, but Seth Rogers has been the victim here of a lot of hate. Why? Where is that coming from?
Oh, I can tell you, sir. Just ask us. I wouldn't call it hate. I would call it fair play, dissecting somebody's public behaviors and criticizing them.
Their own words.
Their own words, right? I wouldn't call that hate. There are people I think that likely do hate Seth Rogers. But again, he's the one that's made it pretty easy to accomplish. I mean, for example, Lynn, it's been around for a while. She made a video the other day about Seth and how he's used this time to disparage Katie. In the comments, people were saying to her that she was bashing Seth and how much are you being paid by the Proudfoots, and that video she did not even say one disparaging word about Seth. Matter of fact, she mainly played Seth's own words. So it's funny how people took that as bashing Seth. Well, if you see that as bashing Seth, then you also see there's something worthy of bashing Seth for, right? So it's just funny how they made it this us versus them.
Well, it's funny because they took info that we got straight from Seth and we've talked about it. And it's been, some of it is so disturbing, right?
Right.
That we've talked about it several times over. And now they're taking that and saying, oh, well, these people are, coming at him, hating on him. It's not hating on someone to talk about the stories they've already told.
Right. To take away our, give our opinions and what we take from his interviews. That's not hating on somebody.
Right.
He's not a victim of that type of response. He's
for them to use that just solidified in his head to hear that. I bet you.
Right. Because he loves hearing that. In my opinion, he loves it.
This is crazy.
Let's see.
I think a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands. Chris, I think what happens is they get caught up in...
Imagine filing over 300 pages of frivolous bullshit and saying people have time on their hands.
In their own rhetoric, and as you said, and their own story, and they want to try and create headlines. They want to try and create something that's not there.
Would that be like dogs saying that Chris Proudfoot sprayed a neighbor with water?
Yeah, talk about creating a fake headline.
Creating a fake headline, right. Interesting.
They create smoke, and then they point to the smoke that they created. And you're sitting there going, stop, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
It sounds like he's describing his own team. Like, honestly, put a 1 in the chat if it sounds like he's describing his own team. I've seen the most ridiculous things. Summer, winter, spring, fall, fall, winter, summer, summer, summer. What does that mean? Like, they're the ones that are creating smoke and then pointing at the smoke, and we're the ones saying, wait, this makes no sense.
And then we talk about it and you get put on a lawsuit.
Right. Then you give your opinion on it. And now you're RICO. I mean, look at all the ones in the chat. You're all now part of a RICO. Just kidding. Don't
scare them.
I know. Don't let them don't.
There really are subs that are scared. They're going to be put in lawsuits.
It's not right. It's
Mm-mm.
not right. It is emotional manipulation. It is mental torment. There are people that are legitimately afraid right now, and it's not right.
B. Tim said, yeah, I think court TV. Oh, you just pinned it.
Yeah,
Get out of my brain.
realize they effed up. This might be the last time they are on.
Well,
Guess
we
we're gonna
thought
find
that.
out.
We thought that when it got all weird with Vinny and Sean and Tony.
Tony, yeah, when he
We
said
thought,
I'm a
oh, they're never
suspect.
going to have him on again. And here we are.
But if you think about it, Vinny didn't host this one on
No, he
Vinny's
didn't.
show. Weird.
Weird.
And yet they don't care because the smoke generates more advertising, more smoke, and more people. And they have attacked not only Seth, but anybody who's aligned themselves with Seth Rogers. You know, Seth is and Dog and all these individuals are trying to help find this young man. And
So this is where I get so annoyed because again, I feel like this could be this can be reversed, right? Like anybody who doesn't go with their perspective, who isn't out here bashing the Proudfoots, is automatically labeled in a lawsuit, attacked, and told that you were either dating Chris Proudfoot, being paid by the Proudfoots. So like everything he's saying can be reversed onto them and what they're doing. It just, you know, it just blows my mind that this is all.
they constantly are attacking anybody who's ever latched on to Seth Rogers and the search for Sebastian. And that should.
Well, that's not true because.
Wait, did he say latch on?
Yeah, latch on. And it's funny because they did latch on like vultures. They latched on to Seth Rogers, in my opinion. Hey, capital K, thank you.
But little see if they're doing it for
practicing.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say if they're doing it for views, they're not getting views because look, Granny, look at there's not even 300 views on that video.
Right.
Weird.
It is weird. This whole thing's weird. This whole thing is weird. Why are we aligning to anyone or latched? Right. Why did they create and continue this us versus them narrative when this is supposed to be about Sebastian? How many of you are thinking of Sebastian right now? No, you're thinking of poor Seth. You're thinking of this poor team. You're thinking of the poor people that were threatened. This is no
This
longer about
lawsuit.
Sebastian. Right. This lawsuit.
Search for Sebastian. And that should send up signals. You know, I've been practicing in the criminal defense and criminal prosecution world for almost 20 years and prosecute sexual offenders and other types of cases, kidnapping cases. And it should send up a red flag to law enforcement of people who are degrading and putting down and trying to drag through the mud the people who are helping.
Hold on. And pause it.
Yeah. Yep.
Pause
yep.
it.
Go ahead.
It's interesting the footage that they're using right now.
I didn't even consider that. Yep.
That is really disturbing. Of all the footage they could be using in this clip, they choose the search of the landfill.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that?
I thought we were going to get live footage is what we were sold. We were told we were going to get live footage, but I guess because nobody is live looking, they didn't do that. So they went back to this footage.
I mean, this is the worst possible scenario right here is what we're looking at.
Right. Well, and then you have, Lasniak on there saying he worked 20 years in criminal and blah, blah, blah. It must be why you wrote a bunch of crime codes in a civil filing. Okay. We're fully aware of what you worked for 20 years. But to say that must send up red flags to law enforcement. How about if you work 20 years doing something like that, you investigate what you're putting your signature on and make sure it's factual. Because there's no doubt in my mind that Joseph Lasniak and Dog the Bounty Hunter have gotten second, third-hand opinions on what has been taking place, and it's not even nearly the truth. Welcome, Maddox.
Look at all this. Look at all the seed spitters you just got.
I can't see them.
Welcome in, everybody. All you new seed spitters.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're officially an MFer.
But you tell me that you're searching for my son in a landfill, and I'm going to be on the ground, not able to even comprehend what's going on right now. Like, that would be the worst news.
I agree. Listen to what this guy says next about that should send up a red flag to law enforcement
And so these bloggers and these content creators, there are some that are very helpful and getting the name out and the information out. And then there are others who are just, like you said, dragging people through the mud for their own education and their own desires to get headlines and people to come and listen to them.
Now, he claims there's good ones, right? Would those good ones be the ones that are dragging Chris and Katie through the mud? Are they the good ones? Because I have not tuned in to one person that they consider good or on the green team that is an A, focused on their own victimhood, B, disparaging Chris and Katie, or C, falling asleep. So which one is it? Like, who are the good ones? The ones that spit your...
And to me, as Andy Warhol said, everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, but their 15 minutes are up. And we're tired of it. And we're not going to sit tight and let these people utilize these powerful platforms online to drag and defame individuals who are trying to find, one who's trying to desperately find his son, and others who are trying to find this young man, to drag and utilize.
So they use Twitter, right, as their powerful platform and put your address, name, and everything on there.
Right. And that's okay.
Well, I'm glad he thinks our platforms are so powerful.
Well, they are. They're more powerful than the ones they sit with, because we currently have over 1,300 people here with us this morning. So thank you very much for continuing my 15 minutes of fame for an extra hour or two. Thank you. Thank you. Fucking ridiculous. I will. I mean, listen, 15 minutes of fame will come, but not in the format that they're thinking. Listen to what he says, though. Let this sink in.
These powerful platforms online and let these people are up. And we're tired of it. We're not going to sit tight and let these people.
We're not going to let these people use social media to end their right to freedom of speech. Okay, this is what this guy's telling you. He's literally admitting that their lawsuit is a slap lawsuit. That, in my opinion, not even my opinion. I don't even have to say in my opinion. That's exactly what I put a 1 in the chat. If you just heard this man admit that he is filing a strategic lawsuit against public participation.
Play it again.
Because he's not going to allow us, Jay.
And we're tired of it. We're not going to sit tight and let these people utilize these powerful platforms online to drag and defame individuals who are trying to find.
He's not going to let us.
Okay,
first
well,
off, I'm not defaming anybody.
First of all, people that are trying to find Sebastian, prove to me that anyone's trying to find him on the plaintiff side. Who on the plaintiff side has actually tried to find him? Because first of all, they have to prove that they've tried.
Right.
Yeah, that they're actually trying to find him. Secondly, they have to prove that you are hindering them from trying to find him, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Right. I thought about that, Lady Tiger. Matter of fact, I did message somebody and say as much, like, why should I continue to use my platform to spread awareness to them? But at the same time, they don't like our awareness because our awareness comes with common sense, and they don't like that. So I'm with you to an extent.
Find one who's trying to desperately find his son, and others who are trying to find this young man on behalf of his father and his family. And so we have taken
that's bullshit.
action, and we are moving forward in everything we can.
It's ironic his internet started breaking up there, but he did just say, so we have taken legal action, and it breaks up. But yeah, pay attention to this.
Action, and we are moving forward in everything we can to stop it and continue doing investigation here, and that is to find Sebastian.
To stop what these people are doing so we can continue with our investigation here.
We don't like what they're doing, so we're going to sue them.
Right, we're going to sue them, financially drain them, because we don't like their words. Their words hurt.
Dog, when you have a mother who does not see...
How embarrassing to be on court TV and have horrible lighting and internet. That's embarrassing. I'd be mortified if I started breaking up like that on national TV.
To want to participate in the search for her child, at least publicly. What does that tell you, mother and stepfather, the Proudfoots?
Look at his face over here. First off, you don't know what they're doing. You don't know if they're searching or not. Just because they're not out here telling everybody they're searching doesn't mean they aren't. Okay, let's start with that. But watch his face.
Who does not seem to want to participate in the search for her child, at least publicly. What does that tell you, mother and stepfather, the Proudfoots I'm speaking of?
Well, brother, I'll leave that up to your viewers to decide. As far as I've done this way over 40 years, and I lost.
You've done what? Well over 40 years. What has he done over 40 years? Are you aware, Jay?
He's been a bounty hunter, I guess.
Yeah, bounty hunting for well over 40 years. So he's
right,
not
looking for fugitives.
Right. He's not a PI. He's not an investigator. He's not an intelligence agency. Yes, he did. Didn't he say that Chris Proudfoot was the one threatening everyone? Yes. I mean, this is nothing more than a display of everything they're accusing us of doing, which is defaming, slandering.
You know what it seems like to me is this is a big case of Seth having regrets of things that he said over the months, and everyone else is supposed to pay the price for it.
Right. Exactly. And they can go on here and they can literally slander and defame the Proudfoots, but don't you dare replay Seth Rogers' own words or you will be labeled as Rico.
What did Joe write a book on? What's his book about?
I don't know.
Somebody in chat will know. Keep going. It's all right. I'm watching chat. I'm just curious what the topic of his book is.
Let's see. How to be a...
Yeah, living for all. I think that, I mean, if I said the things that he did in the heat of the moment or whatever, like I would have regret too, but I would handle it differently. If I had regret, I would come out and say, there's a lot of things I probably shouldn't have shared with the public.
Here's his book, Sexually Based Allegations, A Guide to Legal Process and Procedures. As our society becomes more sensitive to sexual abuse and more people are becoming empowered to come forward, the legal system struggles to find a balance between protecting victims and ensuring that those accused are provided protection they deserve. Unfortunately, with more education and awareness of these types of crimes come false allegations and abuse of the system by those trying to obtain revenge or possibly explain reckless behavior. This book is for those who find themselves or their loved ones caught up in an accusation, whether true or false. So remember when Nick said we have the power to put you in the Me Too and we have the power to take you out?
Unbelievable.
This guy literally writes a book to help people who are being accused
get out
of accusations. Wow. It is important to understand your rights and ensure they are protected from the sometimes coercive tactics utilized by the state in the name of justice.
Okay, so I see what this guy did. So this Joseph Lesniak used to be a prosecutor, right? And he used to work for the Department of Justice in prosecuting sex crimes and child exploitation crimes. So then after he does that, he flips the coin to being a defense lawyer and defending those same people because he sees how it works on the other end. Get what I'm saying?
Right.
Wow.
And now he's given these potential sex.
Yeah, like tips.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Lost a baby girl. Barbara Katie at 22 years old. 19 years ago, I barely still can talk about it. So that is like unbelievable. And I also heard that there's witnesses that once Sebastian was in the front yard and
listen to what he's going to say here. Now, don't forget, they put in their filing that we are intimidating witnesses.
Chris Proudfoot was screaming at him, and he called him a retard, and Sebastian hit the ground and started bawling. I mean,
Wow, that changed.
Hit the ground
and started bawling. And again, no police were called.
Right. So this kid is being yelled at, screamed at. Chris is spraying water at the neighbors. Nobody calls the cops and says this guy's out of control.
Nope. Nope.
All these, what is the old saying? All roads point to Rome. I mean, this is like almost obvious.
Almost obvious.
Well, if they were involved, though, dog, then one would.
Again, he is on national TV accusing the Proudfoots, and these people have the audacity to talk about defaming people. Oh.
My question is, was this video ever public on YouTube, or was it always put out unlisted?
That's a good question. But I will say it is videos like this that lead to Katie getting messages such as this. Skylar Hott. Hey, Katie, I know you know what happened to your son, and I got your number from a friend. So if you don't want me given, of course, spelled wrong, because that's the type of idiots that follow them, giving your number out, then what happened to him, bitch? And people wonder why this woman doesn't come out in the public.
That's
this is
terrible.
Just one. This is just one of hundreds on a daily.
And people wonder why she didn't want to be home alone. Christ.
Right. And people wonder why they don't want to go on TV so they can have assholes that can't even keep their selves awake and faceplant their mics, run their mouths.
I'm so sorry, Katie. That's terrible.
I mean, imagine having the audacity to judge somebody's parenting when you yourself.
These are the people that should be listed as defendants.
They should
a
be.
lawsuit.
And what do I say? Uno reverse, bitches. Uno reverse. This is actual defamation. You play me one singular clip of me ever calling Seth Rogers, ever calling him a PEDO word. Okay? You can't. But I can play you dozens and dozens of clips of the quote unquote green team accusing these parents and slandering them and defaming them.
Marching band has a really good point.
Yeah. Bobby said no one even knew that a child lived there. No bike outside, no skateboards, never played with any of the other kids. Yet somehow people now witnessed him abusing his child on the front lawn. And again, nobody called cops, no police reports. It should be, it should be absolutely, what they're doing, it should be illegal. There should be a way to immediately stop them. Unfortunately, there isn't an easy answer to it. And it does require loads of money and or a piece of shit attorney who will do it for free and try to ruin people's lives. But this isn't okay.
Look at what time they sent that to her at, too. Like, go to freaking
12:50
bed.
a.m. Well,
yeah.
Wonder whose chat they're in at that time.
God almighty. Right. God almighty. 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
No, Dog's daughter died in a car accident, I think. I don't think it was drugs.
Can anybody show? No, they can't, because they would have put in their exhibits. Any proof of any of them, especially Seth, receiving messages like this in the middle of the night? This is despicable. Let's look at this person's profile.
No, but I remember Trevor Lee getting phone calls in the middle of the night.
Isn't this the wrestler guy? What a loser. Yeah, I remember Trevor Lee getting messages that if he came on my platform one more time.
No, remember Seth used to call him and cry
yeah,
and
that's
stuff.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is actually in big trouble right now. Y'all.
Oh, is he?
Okay, yes. It's interesting they use Vince McMahon because just the other day there was a lawsuit filed by 5 John Does that were ring boys for this fucker, and they are saying they were sexually abused by him.
Oh shit.
So yeah, there's a meaning behind putting him there because him and his wife are listed on a federal lawsuit.
Wow.
For, abusing ring boys. Sick.
BJ thinks Nick has edited her whole channel and fixed it of any BS. No, we downloaded everything. You can't delete a hard drive. Watch. BJ was sold an effing dream. Nick told her he would fix her channel. Is that kind of like how Nick told me if I went under their wing, I'd have a big channel? A big successful channel?
They didn't. have
Watch
a ton of
Zodiac.
sophistication, one would think. Where is Sebastian, and how could they, let's say the worst did happen, how would they have gotten away with it? Is this a shoddy investigation from day one?
Well, somewhat. Somewhat. It's the police officer, it's the TV.
What's he smiling about?
Their lead guy is ahead of it. So, yeah.
I guess TBI, yeah. I guess their lead guy, yeah, is ahead of it. Wow. Also, TBI combed over their house over 10 times. A shoddy investigation.
Put blame where it falls. That guy, it's just incredible. I can't believe that.
Now they're blaming the head of
but
TBI.
what our leads could say,
Hey, Jake,
there is a manhole right in front of the Proudfoot's property. And they've said, yeah.
And here's my question to this, Jay. If there is a manhole right in front of the Proudfoot's property, why isn't this intelligence agency utilizing all their resources to get themselves into that manhole and search?
Yeah, that's what the chat was saying. We got right up to this point when you were on your phone call, and people were like, why don't you do it then?
Right. You're the intelligence agency that requires $500,000 to hire. Why are you putting your resources to it?
By the way, little random fun fact. This morning, Betty was asked when she was live if she's going to have dog on. And she said, I haven't asked. And then she kind of switched the subject after that.
Doesn't Betty still owe Nick like $400 for selling an interview with
TMZ or some shit?
Yeah.
The TMZ money.
Oh my goodness. Capital K, thank you for becoming a member again. Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and get your resources in? No, Granny, you already apologized. Don't apologize again. It's okay. I understand the passion.
Yeah, the drone or the cops, somebody said, they flew drones in there, and there's like 3 foot of mud, okay? Then a dog, a really good dog, 2 of them.
Really good dog, Jay.
One of them stopped at the edge of the pond that was drained, and the other one jumped in the pond.
I thought this whole time, Jay, they've been saying there's no scent. Now they're admitting there was a scent.
I guess.
Now we're gonna admit it.
I mean, you can't deny the dispatch, right? It did say on dispatch that Max jumped in.
Right. It said that Max alerted and jumped in the pond. Right.
No, it was not a bloodhound named Vodka.
For months, we have been told that there was no scent.
Yeah, from that side, for sure.
Right. Now they're going to acknowledge it because, why not acknowledge facts? Facts
yes,
matter.
Seth and Tony said no scent.
If Sebastian was put down that manhole into the mud, the scent would have carried to that pond. So I want to know why they haven't blocked that off, got in some kind of suit, and went on their
Didn't they just say they went down? But okay.
Hands and knees.
Why don't you do
and
it?
look
They
in
drained
that,
it.
Right.
that manhole and all the way to the pond.
Okay.
Dogs, their scent.
Go ahead, Jay.
This is what we were discussing when you came back. So he's assuming that the manhole in front of their house, that the water leads to that pond.
Mm-hmm.
How do we even know that the water that goes in that manhole, wouldn't that go in the sewer? That pond is a retention pond at a construction site.
Yeah.
I don't think the rainwater is draining into that pond, like from their gutters or whatever you call those things. That would go in the sewer.
They're 2 separate pipelines.
Right, which they put, their cameras in.
Can we send Silvers over there to screen Sebastian's name down? Maybe that would be sufficient. Then you got BJ was yelling.
I hate to laugh, but it's sick.
Right.
So he's assuming right now that Sebastian's body is in the pipeline, in the sewer between the front of their house and that pond. Because he's saying that the water went through and his scent ended up in the pond via the water. That's what he's saying.
But he's in Ohio.
Who?
They said that he's in Ohio or New York.
Oh, right. No, the suspects are.
Oh, the suspects are. Well, then why are they in Tennessee talking about breaking down doors?
I don't know.
They can't figure it out. And then you got BJ screaming there was no scent. I wonder if BJ took this moment to let everybody know that they need $300 to fix their water. Would have been the perfect plug-in time, BJ. Like, what you would do with advertisements. Anyways, at this one, I wanted to looking for a particular something that we're going to need in just a minute. It's not this one, I don't think. All right. There's going to be an interesting thing to insert.
I can't with the picture they used. It looks like he's in a drive-through. He
Oh,
looks
I
like
know.
he's ordering McDonald's.
McDonald's.
I'll take a Big Mac.
Oh man, that's like Wade
Supersize it.
Wilson.
I'm hungry.
Dogs gotta eat. Ruff, ruff. Oh. All right. So it's not this one. Hold on. We are gonna find this.
So much more than a human being. And for a German Shepherd to jump in the water, well, they drain the pond. Yeah, because he could be in that manhole, in that little, cave, whatever they call it, inside there where it drains to that pond. So there's a lot of things that the TBI could be doing and haven't done nothing. Now, I heard they flew a drone in there. Well, you know how muddy that is and how thick a mud is in there? Flying a drone on top inside is not going to do nothing.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get a break. Coming up next, we're going to ask, what is the current status of the investigation?
To support thing out.
I went to the wrong
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved.
So I think it's important right after we play that there's no, as of then, there's no proof of any foul play or anything. I think it's important that I bring you all over to, if you are really Chris Proudfoot, go to hell and fuck you stupid mother effer. Right, it's not mud, it's shit, it's a sewer. Why don't they use their intelligence agency to go search these things then? That would be my first question to them. Well, you are an intelligence agency. If you are, you have all these resources, you have 175K, which comes up in this interview. Why don't you get down there? It's not your job is to search. If you're claiming you're in Tennessee, then use your resources, put on your boots, and actually search. I do in a way, Cranky. I don't know how to work it, though. So this is what Chris is receiving from the same person. This one was sent a minute after they messaged Katie. Because of what they're saying on these platforms.
But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't know where Sebastian is right now. So we are pursuing any and all avenues.
That was Sumner County Sheriff's deputies Eric Craddock and Susan Hyland of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She was the second person, obviously, at a press conference in the months after Sebastian was reported missing. About the
There's nearly 1,500 people in here. Please hit the thumbs up if you haven't. I would truly appreciate it. I know they said my 15 minutes are done. I'm going to ask you all respectfully for another 15 and a thumbs up.
Same time, Deputy Craddock spoke with reporter Nick Barris from WTVF in Nashville about whether or not they'd cleared anybody from the immediate family as being a suspect in this case. Take a listen.
Let's not forget, they'd never come out and accuse anybody of being a suspect.
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
Hey, Dakun.
That was in April of 2024, a little more than a month into the search for Sebastian, and the official word from police was that nobody's been cleared, but still there's no evidence of foul play, yet one would think that foul play absolutely is involved here. And that brings us to our next question. What is the current status of this investigation so many months after Sebastian Rogers first went missing? We still
Let's wonder what is, because I know we all, if this was our children, we would want them to be a top priority. But unfortunately, the police have a lot more to do, and they can't just stop everything for one case. And I bet they wish they could. Unfortunately, it's not realistic. But thank goodness we now have a what did they call it? Intelligence agency, which is a branch off of One Night.
Still have with us Dog the Bounty Hunter and his lawyer to keep him in check, Joe Lesniak. Let's
Goofy laughing.
Dog, you're in.
I think you failed at keeping them in check, because you could be terribly sued for defamation, especially if Sebastian comes home alive.
In Tennessee. What's going on? Is there anything you can share with us in terms of new developments in your investigation?
Officers, I respect law enforcement so much, and they were.
He respects law enforcement so much. Did he not just disparage them on national TV, Jay?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
And way back then, that they had no leads. Okay, nobody should be charged or blah blah blah.
That's not what they said.
Now, what about now? What about today? What about last week? I think you guys need to do it.
Yeah, when you are in litigation, you shouldn't, matter of fact, my attorney has to send it out, but you shouldn't be deleting anything. It's a good thing there are always people standing by to record.
Interviews now update everybody. What about right now after all these things have, come forward? And a lot of people online, whatever, are saying, Dog, what gives you the right? What gives you the right?
Nay, thank you so much for the Cash App. Everybody's saying right now, Dog, what gives you the right? What gives you the right? Have you heard anybody say that to Dog? What gives you the right?
No.
No, me neither. Okay.
You're a bounty hunter. What gives you the right? Well, what gives me the right is Tennessee has one of the greatest of all time laws. It's called the Citizens' Right to Arrest Law. You talk about booting a door in and going in and grabbing them. I can do that.
Sure, you can do that. And you'll go to jail. The Tennessee Citizens' Right to Arrest Law does not mean that you can kick in somebody's door and arrest them. That is not what that means. And I can't believe an attorney would sit on the panel here, the stage here, and not interrupt, because that is not what a citizen's arrest consists of. And a citizen's arrest is, if you're walking down the street and you see a man run up and rob an old lady, you can then go over and tackle that man and hold him down until the police come. You do not have a right to enter somebody's property, especially in Tennessee. And I think he'd be really crazy to even try that. But here are some other things to know about making a citizen's arrest in Tennessee. The private person can use reasonable force, but must tailor it to the circumstances. So no, you can't break in somebody's door. The private person is criminally responsible for excessive force. So if you break in somebody's door and you use excessive force, you're responsible for that. They must immediately deliver the arrested person to the police. Private person can't face an arrest fee or compensation. The private person could face civil or criminal consequences if they don't call the police promptly. They could face a lawsuit for wrongful arrest, false imprisonment, or use of force. They generally can't make a citizen's arrest for misdemeanors unless the misdemeanors involve a breach of peace. Do any of you in the chat think that you have a right to kick in somebody's door and arrest them? Put a 1 if the answer is no. Put a 2 if you're like, yeah, sure, we can do that.
1.
April, thank you for the Venmo. You guys are so awesome. Thank you. 1 for Jay. I got you, Jay. 1 for me.
Thank you for putting my vote in for me.
You are so welcome.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Let me know at the end if you guys want to pull
Citizens arrest.
Citizens arrest. I'm going to kick in your door.
It reminds me of that movie Police Academy. Oh my God. I feel like that's kind of who we're dealing with here.
I like how he says it with confidence.
About booting a door in and going right to arrest time laws. It's called the Citizens' Right to Arrest Law. You talk about booting a door in and going and grabbing them. I can do that. I'm a citizen.
Listen.
Dog
Hold
the
up.
bounty.
If his ass could do that, he would not have been banging on the laundry's door. His ass would have booted that door in and went in there and grabbed Mr. Laundry by his neck and said, "Where is Gabby Petito? Where is your son?"
Is that before he went off to a random island where he oddly screamed, "Let me have you, Brian!" and swore that Brian was right near him, that he could smell him. Meanwhile, Brian was deceased miles away.
Yeah, they were out there though. They did find stuff. They found like a monster can and
Well, yeah,
it was
you can find a lot of shit in a lot of places.
oh
Bless
shit.
it be. Kick in my door. Has anyone contacted Court TV to see if this legitimate interview or AI created BS? It's legit. It's legit. You better be Ellie in a warrant in hand. Citizens don't have rights to kick in doors. You can stand your ground, especially in Tennessee.
And Florida.
Hunter, Dwayne Lee Chapman, or I have the right.
And we also remember he is not a citizen of Tennessee.
Right to arrest law. You talk about booting a door in and going in and grabbing them. I can do that. I'm a citizen. Whether I'm Dog the Bounty Hunter, Dwayne Lee Chapman, or I have the right as a citizen of the United States of America to put.
I have a right as a citizen of the United States of America to my freedom of speech.
Right.
In custody and take out the person that hurt or whatever happened to little Sebastian.
Little Sebastian.
So are you onto something?
Yes, sir.
Can you share?
Well, no, because they'll run. I know who the weakest link is.
I know who the weakest link is. I know who your weakest link is too.
You know, you get in Tennessee, brother, that's the death penalty. That is the death penalty. Would they rather go to would they rather go to lethal injection, or would they rather be paroled in 20 years or something?
Does that even make sense to you, Jay?
No, because if you hurt a child, you ain't paroling anyways.
Well, right. So would they rather be legal injection, or would they rather parole in 20 years? Do they get a choice between the two? I don't know.
Right. If they
Well,
turn
you could be
themselves in now,
terrible.
do they get to like bypass the death penalty then?
I mean, to even bring up the death penalty and then follow up with such an asinine, like what? Oh, I'd take parole in 20 years. What are you talking about?
Right. Let me call the tip line now.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, how many of you believe he's actually in Tennessee right now? He's claiming this one murder Sebastian, but he's bringing him home too. They're also saying that he is alive, but at the same time, they're saying he's deceased. It's kind of hard to follow.
They still would have time to, live a life. So that one of the Tennessee carries the death penalty.
Let me get this straight. You're on to a lead. You're there in Tennessee. You're actively pursuing it. And
yes, sir.
Now,
oh, you looked a little uncomfortable with that. You're in Tennessee remark. Look at Lasniak here.
In Tennessee, you're actively pursuing it. And
yes, sir.
Now, I get.
Oh, you look a little uncertain there. Isn't Dog doing his tour?
I don't know. I thought he was in Alabama last I heard.
Yeah, I thought the Hunter Fest was November 8th through the 9th. Maybe he's going to Betty's court hearing. I don't know.
That you have the right to move forward with what you believe is possibly detaining an individual or two, or I don't want any details because you're being cagey. But do you have to?
You're being cagey.
Cagey. What a great word for him.
He called him cagey.
What a great description. Suspicious.
He's like, I can't pick up what you're laying down because you're being cagey.
Because you're so suspicious in what you're saying. Especially if Dog's claiming that he's in Tennessee right now and he has the right to kick in somebody's door. Yeah, I'd be contacting my local police. Absolutely.
To alert law enforcement before you make any sort of a move to let
Oh, shit. What a great point, nonsense. I thought people had scared dog off from traveling to Tennessee and interfered with their travel, therefore interfering with their investigation. But this whole time, they have repeatedly stated, especially their plaintiffs, that they are receiving more tips than ever, that they're following credible leads.
The
and that their
investigation's moving right along.
Moving along rapidly. Oh. Riddle me that. I guess we didn't interfere. Huh.
everybody know, hey, I'm here and here's what I'm doing.
No, sir. I don't have to alert no one.
Let me tell you, if he was in Tennessee, everybody would know it. But yes, you do have to alert the police, especially if you're going to make a citizen's arrest.
When he said, "I don't have to alert no one," watch that guy's face.
Yeah, watch Joe
before you make any sort of a move to let everybody know, hey, I'm here and here's what I'm doing.
No, sir. I don't have to alert no one. I cannot transport. I can arrest, cuff. And then the cops come or whoever to read that person their rights and transport them to jail. I can do everything but read them their rights or transport. But under the law, the United States of America, I can arrest.
So under the law, United States of America, I can arrest too. And as can you, Jay, by his standards, by his law. Also, I recall his partner, Nick, saying that he's now deputized. He is not. No, sir. I don't have to alert no one. Yeah.
Who would deputize a felon?
Nobody. Nobody's deputized.
Can you even deputize a felon? I mean, is that even a thing?
I don't know. That's a good question. Can you or would you? Can a felon on parole be deputized in PA? But it's not clear, but here's some information. Parole is a period of supervised release in community after serving time in prison. Parolees can commit technical violations such as missing a meeting or not paying a fee, or substantive violations such as committing a new crime, which I believe this should be considered. They cannot own, possess, or be in the same place as a firearm. So it's not really clear if they can be.
So being deputized, does that mean you carry? Because he can't carry.
He can't carry. He can carry a Red Bull and fake Versace glasses, but he can't really carry much else.
Carries them teeth.
Yeah, not very well.
Like, is this someone who has always been part of the landscape, or is this something new? And don't jump in, Joe, and have him stop.
This is why this is private right now. This was so unprofessional, and they're just opening themselves up for lawsuits.
Yeah. Well, I have to jump in and have them stop. Wait, a dog, you can't, yes, you're Ted, both of them are.
Those sideburns are sideburning. He can carry a rubber band, pew pew.
Possibly right. So good questions, but yes. So yeah, there's a private investigator also involved that we need to keep secure as well. So
is that private investigator the same one that Nick Barris said don't trust? I suggested on Facebook, March 27, 2024. These idiots are just repeating debunked crap.
I know you're looking for information, but we got to be careful how far we go.
Talk about that. All right, we're going to let this play out, and hopefully we'll be one of your first calls when you make a break in this case.
Do I see a resemblance?
Oh my God. I can't.
Oh, I cracked myself up. All right, let's go back. Sorry.
We'll be one of your first calls when
he needs a bow tie and it'd be spot on.
We're all hoping that because that's what everybody's hoping for. In fact,
well, I carry a film crew with me everywhere I go, brother.
Yes.
I carry a film crew with me everywhere I go, brother. Would that be the media company now posing as an intelligence company? They do have good equipment.
Look at Joe there. He's like,
Joe's like, yeah, and I got left behind with this fool.
So
Can't
being
leave me in.
deputized means that you would carry a gun. So, like, for example, I just looked it up because I just wanted clarification.
Mhm.
Okay, so here's an example. They voted to deputize airline pilots as federal flight deck officers and let them carry guns.
Oh. Yeah, because Nick wrote that he was now deputized, so he could arrest first and ask
Oh,
questions
come on.
later.
Come
Yeah.
on. So was Julia.
Oh, so was Julia. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Remember Terry Lynn? Tara Lynn's kin was going to get her deputized by the mayor.
Yeah. Remember when she turned around and she said that she filed a confidentiality form with TBI, and TBI came out and said, "I've never seen that form ever.
Never seen it.
Never seen it." What is that? Where did you get
Came
that
from Dallas or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now what Pee-wee, Lasniak's going to say over here is interesting.
The reward up to $170K, $175,000. That's a lot
Hey, I had it $5.
of money. There seems to be a lot of interest in this country still in finding Sebastian, which is fantastic. Can you talk about the people that you have behind you, Dog, that are helping to support your investigation?
Well, there's several, many, and I can't name their names, but it's all, it's not like we're preaching in a church and taking offering, but there are.
Jay, I just sent you a message that was sent to me if you want to check that out. So I want to jump all over the place in two spots right now. First, I want to say, did I tell all of you that the tip line messaged me? Let's see, when was that? I got a message from the tip line on Sunday. I was served on Friday, and they messaged me randomly. They sent me a smiley face at 9:59 a.m. My stupid ass responded back, "Why are you messaging me?" And they wrote back, "I hope you're having a great day." All right, let me ask. Isn't that weird?
A lot of people that have pledged their money to whoever, it's money and offering. It's not like we're preaching in a church and taking offering.
It's not like we're preaching at a church and taking offerings, right? Then listen what he says next. Because this money should be in a trust fund.
But there are a lot of people that have pledged their money to whoever, it's kind of.
So they don't have the $175K. They're expecting it. Thank you so much, Choo Choo's mom.
They have pledges?
Yes. Did you just hear what he said? Listen again, what he's saying when this 175K reward was mentioned.
Offering. Many, and I can't name their names, but it's all, it's not like we're preaching in a church and taking offering, but there are a lot of people that have pledged their money to whoever, it's kind of tricky about rewards, okay? We want what happened to Sebastian. So the reward.
No, there shouldn't be anything tricky about a reward. Do you have the 175K or do you not?
It sounds kind of like that same deal. Remember when Seth was quote unquote collecting money for a reward and it was to be sent to that lawyer? And then it was, you have to go in person to see him. And then it just kind of went.
We don't trust that lawyer.
We don't, he's not calling me back. See, no one calls him back, right? The cops don't call him back. The lawyer handling the reward doesn't call him back. And I find it really weird that shit went south with this lawyer because one of the reporters actually got with that lawyer and to set it up.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. It started with that woman that interviewed the Proudfoots, the dark-haired one. That sat in their house with them.
Wow.
Yeah, she said that this lawyer had has also handled other missing person rewards. That came out in the very beginning. But could it be that it was a little bit like he didn't want those people involved in the reward? I don't know.
That's very interesting. And where'd that reward go? Where's that money at?
Well, they had businesses that pledged, remember?
That's right.
The $3,000 or whatever, it was like pledged from businesses. And I think that reporter is the one that put that together.
Wow.
And then I think they planned on, it being added to.
Was it that Seth wanted the money and they said no, it's going to stay in a trust fund? And that's why Seth got upset and said, don't donate?
Right. Because remember, Seth said he got his own lawyer and she was going to set up this trust.
Yeah.
And that never happened.
And then he came back out and went back to the other lawyer and said, no, now that is good. You can donate to them. And then it just kind of,
went away.
Fizzled away.
Yep. It was Holly Robinson. That was the reporter. Yep.
Holly Robinson. Wow. So now you have dogs saying it's $175K, but it's pledged. It's pledged by supporters. Not like a church, and they're asking, okay.
Or goes to whoever can tell us.
Wait, hold on.
Where Sebastian is.
Yes.
Look at this footage we're looking at right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go back a little bit to where that blonde. Yeah, right here. I wonder who these people are and who's the person that stopped there, left their door open, hopped out. I wonder what's going on in this
actual
scene.
Footage, right?
Who is that blonde? And it looks like she hopped out of her vehicle to run over to them.
Like a neighbor reporting something.
It's weird, isn't it? It just made me curious. What's going on in this scene right here? Who is that?
Or is it Betty? Just kidding,
at first I thought it was dog. When I first saw this, I didn't.
Well,
I had to rewind it because I thought it was him.
They told us we were going to get live updates and live footage.
Yeah, I think this is from the initial searches.
It is. It's not current.
It's not new.
No.
The reward goes to whoever can tell us where Sebastian is and or what happened to him. And Joe, I hope this doesn't get me in trouble, but brother, since you've heard all this, and you guys are good at Court TV, and who do you think did it?
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's a property owner giving them permission to go on her property. Because
that's possible.
There they all go.
Now they go walking up the property. Yeah.
Someone said that's a Porsche.
Hold on, I gotta let Nellie in. A Porsche.
Yeah. So that person must have a lot of property. It looks like the homeowner. They're asking for permission. Definitely not bets in a Porsche.
No. We just may see her in the back of a po-po car in 4 days. That alleged reward is only good if tip came through their tip line. Yeah, that's the other stipulation. And then his audience, the second time now, he stated that his audience, their supporters will pay it. So if anybody's really banking on getting that, I want it.
Oh, wait a minute. Someone had a good point. Wasn't it February when they were searching? There's leaves on these trees.
Yeah, but over here you can see there also is a mixture.
True.
So it kind of depends. I mean, wasn't the weather kind of up and down like it is everywhere?
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think they did have relatively warmer days than others.
There was days that it was getting warmer and it's similar to right now. Oh, I did, Feisty. They had no business messaging me 4 months later. And I think the reason they messaged me, in my opinion, the reason they messaged me is because they knew that I knew that their so-called new tip was an old tip because they notified me of it. So I think they thought it was taunting is what it was.
Goes to whoever can tell us where Sebastian is and or what happened to him. And Joe, I hope this doesn't get me in trouble, but brother, since you've heard all this and you guys are good at Court TV, and who do you think did it?
Joe won't let me answer, so I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Attorney Ted, go ahead.
Look at it, slimy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Nothing funny, you know?
No, we're talking about a missing child. It's not funny at all. My email is not Joby. Which never mind.
Thank you for all you're doing, and because the goal is here to find this young man, find Sebastian Rogers, hopefully alive and well. Joe Lesniak, Dwayne Chapman, Dog the Bounty Hunter. Thank you both for everything, and keep us updated, please, as this continues, this investigation.
Well, thank you for having us on and keeping.
First off, don't be rude to interrupt somebody when they're speaking. But listen to what he says here.
This at the forefront. It's shows like this. Well, thank you for having us on and keeping this at the forefront.
Thanks for having us on and keeping us at the forefront. What do you think of that, Jay?
It's very telling.
Thanks for keeping us on the forefront.
But then they go ahead and put it on unlisted, so you're not really on the forefront.
No, they kind of put you in the back. I mean, you know, and then Gray Hughes went on, and I never thought I'd honestly say that Gray Hughes was the voice of reasoning.
I can't.
I know you can't. But he really was the voice of reasoning. Like, he had them thinking, like, well, no, you know. And then I love, because Gray was saying last night that there was a scent trail. You had Brittany screaming there wasn't, but you have Dog saying the scent trail is now the sewage pipe in the front yard.
It's shows like this that really help to, like you said, keep it moving forward and keep it on.
This investigation.
Well, thank you for having us on and keeping this at the forefront. It's shows like this that really help to, like you said, keep it moving forward and keep it on people's minds. Because as time goes on, you know, we as Americans, people will lose sight of it. So thank you.
People lose sight of it when people file frivolous squirrel lawsuits to distract people. Thank you for keeping us in the forefront. And nothing about thank you for keeping Sebastian in the forefront. Thank you for keeping Sebastian's name out there. Thank you for taking the time to, oh, you found something? Let us think about Sebastian. Can we take a moment to pray for Sebastian? No, thank you for keeping us in the forefront.
You got it. All right.
All right, shut
up. People will lose sight of it. So thank you.
You got it. All right.
People lose sight of it.
Did you see Gray talk about the missing articles of clothing from Delphi?
No, I don't really watch him much, but
there was a clip. I don't watch him either.
I will say there's a part of this that is missing, and it was Gray, and it was the trash trucks, and it was 3 a.m. and all that stuff. So I want to play something to remind people really quick, if you guys don't mind.
Katie Proudfoot were in the same room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video.
All right, we're listening. Because this was brought up last night. This is one of their points. They're claiming that these were not trash trucks, right? So let's listen.
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck.
What did he say it was, Jay?
A trash truck.
What did he say it was, chat? Thank you so much, Tobeans. Dog blocked me on X for asking for proof of a reward. Wow, that seems like a weak reason to block somebody. They don't like people's different opinions or common sense, it seems. Trash truck. You guys all heard it was a trash truck, right? I mean, he says it. Okay.
Yeah. Not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, in the black abyss. Was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
So you're seeing a 3x5 of a full TV screen. Look, he's very confident here.
Where is he?
At a gas station,
Really?
oddly.
Yes.
So, okay.
Nicole G, thank you, my girlfriend, for the Cash App. I really appreciate you. My trash truck doesn't go through my backyard. Does yours? No, but you're going to see. It was dark, and they explained that the trash truck, that it looks like it's going through a backyard, but it was actually the street behind. Listen, I'm not fully convinced it's a trash truck. I'm just telling you.
They're saying that trash truck was on Honeysuckle, and there's just no way you would see it way over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I mean, I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning.
So let's listen to this, right? Because this was stated last night on Court TV that a trash truck doesn't run at 3 a.m. or 2:45 a.m. So here he's going to explain that to you all. This has come from Seth Rogers himself.
You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
So there you have it. Because I heard Justin last night. Justin, you kept saying that anybody can call the trash company and ask them if they run at 3 a.m. And you encouraged your audience to tie up the local trash company of Sumner County to ask what time they were running. But you're failing to acknowledge that your own friend here, your own green team member here, is telling you that the clock was broken, that it wasn't 3 a.m., and that he saw not one, but 2 videos confirming it was trash trucks. Why are they all negating what their own buddy said? Do you not trust his word? Do you think he's lying?
30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
I love how he chuckles at that too.
Okay.
He thinks that's
Yeah,
funny.
So
That you know what that hinders
So it was
the
broken.
investigation into finding his son. There's
Yeah.
nothing funny about the time being broken at the time they think your son went missing.
Right,
Nothing
and
funny.
He laughs and says, broken
Duper's
equipment."
delight. I call that
Yeah.
Duper's delight right there.
Broken equipment, and he has to roll his shoulder.
Okay. So
broken equipment.
Broken equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men.
Are you kidding me? She rang the trash company on her live last night / this morning. Is that why you private it? Because you were calling companies
Who
to
was?
ask them if they run at 3 a.m.?
Who?
Betty Jr.
Oh my god.
It's amazing. Maybe that's why that video is private now.
These trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
He's talking about Nick
I
Barris.
see.
Right.
Okay. So then,
Clickbait.
okay.
But now his own green team's running around using that as a valid source and not calling it clickbait, right? But he called it clickbait.
Yeah, Nick Barris doesn't need clickbait.
the people to log in to follow, and
Right.
if he's watching this now, he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh,
Oh,
I see.
that's
No, I
why.
get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
Oh, so Nick Barris, by releasing that as flashlights, was playing false information,
Hindering him to
hindering
find his son.
information for his son. Wow. I wonder if every time BJ claims it's not trash trucks and Justin claims it's not trash trucks and Tony claims and Betty claims, are they hindering the investigation too?
I can understand getting upset about that for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But I could see a little mistake happening there. But it's
No, Death Grips, because they're all running the same narrative. They're just all stupid.
As far as the rest of the image, right?
There we go.
Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road. So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, you don't say. What do you
Yeah,
think of
there
that, Jay?
He's making this video. He's making this video what he wants it to be. I don't know. Duper's delight. It's like, I got away with this. I tricked you.
But now he's saying it wasn't a trash truck and there was cars parked. So was he lying then, or is he lying now? Because either way, he's lying at one or the other.
Well, see, in this video, right, Pascal is talking about just the section that Nick showed us with subject 1 and subject 2. It was zoomed in. But then later, remember, we saw the full screen.
Or what we think to be the full screen, to be fair, but yeah.
Right. But at this point, Nick had only put out that zoomed in portion. So he's like, oh, no, that's, I can play this off as, a trash truck, in my opinion. Because he doesn't think anybody is going to see that full picture. And there were no cars, because there certainly was. Something on that road.
He's going to go on to say more.
Whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck.
The trash truck.
That was it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Saying it with
But you
confidence.
also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Right. So he said he saw 2 separate footages. Okay.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned it on and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were.
Okay, pause.
So that I had no doubt in my mind.
I just had a thought. Okay, remember Seth said, I know where the cameras are in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And then now they're showing him daytime. Do you remember they first asked for footage from that day? Then they backed up and they said, no, please send us footage from the day before, Sunday afternoon. They wanted daytime footage. Did they show him that same camera from Sunday and the camera from the middle of the night? Because it seemed to me that they thought somebody could have been driving around that afternoon while Katie was with her son running around doing errands, doing what they were doing, that someone could have been driving and scoping out the neighborhood. Just a thought.
I'm sure they looked for that, but I mean,
I'm just wondering if anything was on that daytime one that they pointed out, because he said they pointed out markings, blah, blah, blah. What really did they point out to him in that daytime video, I wonder? What markings? What markings are they pointing out? You know what I mean? It's weird.
I think he's saying the street, like to show, like, this is where it would have been. This is what you're looking at in the night footage. Here it is in the day footage. But I mean,
I just found it interesting when they went back and said, we want footage from Sunday, because we know Katie wasn't home. So him saying, I know where the cameras are in that neighborhood, and then them wanting footage from when Katie and Sebastian were gone, that would be a perfect time to cruise through when they're not home.
Right, if you're spotting out the area.
Yes, because if you're going to do something like this, if you're going to plan something, whether you're an abductor, someone who's, Sebastian says, hey, I want to get the fuck out of here, pick me up, I want to get the hell out. You're going to go and check out this neighborhood first. You're not just going to show up. So it makes sense. And I'm curious if they saw anything on that afternoon. I would love to know.
Yeah, well, I'm positive they have footage that we're unaware of. No doubt in my mind. He's so confident.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Oh.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha.
That reminds me, somebody actually did put out a video where they, let me see, they show that it was stationary footage or videos. I mean, not that it, has to be true, but it was interesting to see. I'll play that in just a second.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he is boots on the ground in
He has boots on the ground at the gas station.
Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you could tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still.
Look, I'm shaking his head, sad puppy eyes. No. No, there won't be. Check this out.
Any doubt out there about the ignorant and dangerous game that Mob Crew is pulling on this case, and for profit? Well, then I wanted to expand a little further on the last video we posted regarding this matter and go over in more detail so that everyone is crystal clear on just how gross Mob Crew is for his purposeful deceit and for the reckless act of disseminating an entire series of disinformation during an active missing kids case. If this wasn't purposeful, well then it was lazy work at best, since I somehow figured this all out on my own, and within one day of playing around with this edit. Let me remind you that we are not a true crime channel, nor do we claim to be anything of the sort. Creators out here have incorporated into their daily matter his bogus flashlight series. Could it be because the mystery car would have been sitting right in front of your face, ending all chances for him to stretch this ridiculous content out as long as he could for max profit?
Yeah, that's
on Google
weird.
Maps, there are only 2 dates available to choose from for this neighborhood. There's this one from July 2024, or the one we chose to use from December 2021. Again, we went with the December image so that it would more closely resemble how things looked in the winter of February 2024. As you can clearly see here, the July image is missing the mystery sedan that Mob Crew built into that nifty overlay, and that he continues to present to this audience as if he doesn't know exactly what the mystery sedan is and who the mystery sedan belongs to. So let's get started on showing you how the lights should be lined up.
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah, that's the mystery sedan, by the way. Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're showing. I just wanted to point out to everybody that the road that they're saying that the trash truck was on, if you see over to the left side of your screen, see the pitch of that roof. See that? Go left.
Here?
Nope, over.
Here?
Over. Left.
That
Other
would
way.
be my right. Left over here.
Right here, yeah. So
Okay.
back behind those homes is Honeysuckle.
Okay. And they're claiming the trash truck was back
Was
there.
on that road, yes. I just wanted to point that out. It was a good angle for it.
Huh.
So there's houses in front of, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then there's houses behind there as well. So like there's another road, but there's the houses facing Stafford. Then there's houses behind there. Then the trash truck would be on that road behind that.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you would see the lights, but.
No, I don't either.
There actually is no subject 1 or a subject 2, as those lights are in fact stationary. There is only one moving light seen in the far distance.
I do think it is crucial to realize that they're saying that the lights are stationary, which is also what Seth Rogers claimed.
For a brief moment. And that would suggest that the explanation of the lights being associated with a garbage truck could very well just be just that. With this security camera footage being recorded from a phone while moving around, there seems to be an optical illusion going on until you line up the lights and absence of light to where they belong. There are 2 sets of stationary lights. The
There you
first
go.
set of lights line up with this house, with the absence of light from the trees that are blocking the source of light consistently throughout this clip of the security footage. The second stationary light lines up with the house across the street and above the garage where the alleged mystery sedan actually belongs, and not in the street as Mob Crew has tried to convince a lot of you that it does. I'm now going to add the unedited overlay of the security camera footage.
I mean, if you look at this overlay like this with this layout, it does make sense. I know you personally don't believe that it's a trash truck, but I kind of do.
And let you all see for yourselves that there are no flashlights moving around in this neighborhood, as Mob Crew has repeatedly claimed.
Put a 1 in the chat if you see what they're saying. Like, this is the actual footage. They're saying this is subject 1 moving and subject 2. Yeah, it's pretty much makes sense to me, but I can see why people still don't. And then you have both Seth and Chris saying they were shown 2 separate videos to prove it was a trash truck. And the footage is angled, just like Seth said. It's an angled footage. Yeah, because it's playing Seth's own words that he said it was a trash truck, and his friends are going on rants calling trash companies to ask them if they run their trash at 3 a.m. when Seth himself said the camera was broke. It was broke.
Again, due to the person who took a video of this security footage off of a screen, not having a steady hand, and zooming in and out, it is my findings that there are no subjects moving back and forth in between houses. Now let's watch the correct alignment of the lights to the car in the driveway of this house. Mob Crew has been fixated on the lights on the back of the car, but if you're familiar with lights, shadows, and light reflections, it is my belief that the shape of the back of the car is actually a reflection bouncing off of another vehicle sitting in that same driveway.
This is what Mob Crew tried putting in, like, oh, I discovered the missing car, but they lined up that car was already the neighbor's car that goes in that spot. Here's the original footage again, and this is where he has this car, which literally belongs there. So he tried to pull a fast one over everybody, and people fell for it because the gossip sells. See, there it is. That's the car that he said,
So,
oh, look, I
let's use
discovered
some
it.
common sense here. What sounds more reasonable? Does it sound plausible that there's this mystery driver who is driving up and down the street to jam the neighborhood's Wi-Fi signal in order to fry everyone's security cameras, then driving partway down the street in front of the house, flashing their lights to signal for the alleged kidnappers? Or does it sound and look more reasonable that the car actually started off in the driveway of the house where the car always is? Then the owner of the car started their car up as they were getting ready to leave for work that morning.
They were going to the airport.
Followed by
Mr.
backing
Bean.
out of the driveway and driving off to work
Mr.
that
Bean.
morning.
Oh, that's a good one.
We hope that this officially puts an end.
So I don't know. I can see what they're saying, but I think what's most important is to remember here that Seth Rogers himself adamantly tells everybody it was without a doubt a trash truck, and that the cameras were broke.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, is his green team debunking Seth? Are they debunking what Seth is claiming, therefore making him a liar? Or was he telling the truth then? I don't know.
Do a poll and see who thinks it's a trash truck and who thinks it's flashlights.
All right.
Anne says Seth said it's a 15-minute video, so obviously he saw the trash truck moving.
Right. Let's see. Start a poll. Do you? I know the Proudfoots have also said they were shown the same 2 footages to show that it was a trash truck. Do you think it was?
I agree with Nicole. I think that Ellie didn't expect I don't know. I don't
Like
think
it wasn't
Ellie.
supposed to be released.
Yeah, I feel like Nick got that from a homeowner and Ellie. Because didn't he say Ellie asked him, "Where'd you get that video?" I think Nick said that. Like Ellie was like, "Where did you get that?"
Yeah, but when you watch this and it's lined up the way it is, and you go with what Seth himself said, it perfectly describes it. Like the footage was on an angle, the camera's on an angle.
Yeah, I don't agree with this video at all. I've
I
done this
absolutely
so
do.
many fucking times. I can't. I've had Terry Lynn drive by. I have like actual from someone sitting at that house, not just I don't agree with this at all.
Right, but even sitting at that house, you're still not going to get the correct angle of the camera because the camera's going to be higher up.
No, you're not. You have to take it into consideration, but there is a stationary light that's on the back of the Proudfoot's house.
Right.
And barbecue drove by and it was on. Terry Lynn drove by and it was on. I lined it up. I took a lot of time into that. I just don't agree with this video at all.
Yeah.
I think it's way too far to the left. And plus there's two rows of houses and trees. You're not going to see shit to that far left.
But if everything else is dark, right? The whole neighborhood's dark. We know it gets pitch black at night. And you have, like right here on the video here, you have the stationary lights, the stationary light. And then you have the one light source that moves between like the trees and the building. It's the only light source that night that's bright enough, which would be a trash truck early morning. I can see this actually being what we're seeing. I can believe it to be a trash truck. I can see.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's flashlights. We're
Yeah.
working on a test.
I do agree that this footage was not supposed to be released to the public regardless. Right, it's not 3 a.m. The footage, the camera was broken.
I mean, Nick Barris even said it's pointed at a common area. He's not going to lie. It's not pointed at Honeysuckle. It's pointed, the middle of the camera is at the common area. It needs to be shifted to the right. That subject one needs to be shifted over to the right. That angle's off, in my opinion. There's in-house suspicious too that there's only that activity the night that a kid goes missing. Just too much. You won't convince me that's a trash truck, so I'll just shit oop.
Yeah, I just
If it was just a simple trash truck, there wouldn't be any hoopla about him releasing it.
Well, I think the hoopla was the fact that people started immediately conspirizing that, oh my God, it's the Proudfoots with a flashlight and they're going back to their home. And I think it caused them unnecessary headaches. But he did remove it relatively quickly. And then we came out with other footage. So it's, yeah, you can see Honeysuckle on this video. Can you? Let's see. So this is.
But what's weird about it is Nick is like, can you tell me what that light is? He's like, no, it's no evidentiary value. Can you tell me what that light is? And Craddock says no. And he says, why not? Because we don't know what we don't know, right? It could become evidence. Why would a trash truck become evidence?
Right, that's true. Why would it?
And then you also have to go to the dispatch audio where they question the neighbors going door to door. And there's a guy who lives on Honeysuckle, and he goes, the only car I've seen this morning is the garbage truck. So you mean to tell me that guy was up at 3 a.m. sitting out looking?
Well, that's the main point. It wasn't 3 a.m. The footage, the camera, and the equipment,
but it was dark.
Broke.
It was dark though. Seth said it was dark.
But at this time of year, it does get dark early as shit and stays dark later.
The sunrise was before 6 a.m. that day. It doesn't make sense. It's not adding up.
Let's see, February. Would it be 26th or 25th? 6:23 a.m. 6:20.
Okay, Coda.
So this is Honeysuckle. This is where they're claiming the trash trucks were. And then obviously here's Stafford.
Yeah, and they're definitely not going to be there before 6 a.m. in a neighborhood like that. People would be bitching and moaning. Things are loud.
Hmm. I don't know.
Circumstantially, it's just too odd to discount it as just a regular old trash truck doing its job. Why, why the big deal? Why wouldn't the cops just say, yeah, that's a trash truck? Why would they have to say, no, I can't tell you what that is?
That is weird that they just wouldn't respond. But to also say it has no evidentiary value too. They are they are though. SF verified months ago between 5:30 to 6 a.m.
Pizza, if your trash truck came through around 3 a.m., your neighborhood would be complaining.
Right, but you keep saying 3 a.m. even though it's been acknowledged the equipment's broke, and that 3 a.m. is not the correct time.
Right. It's a 15-minute video, so we have a 15-minute slot. Could it have been paused at 3 a.m.? How do we know? How do we know that the camera didn't stop at 3 a.m.?
Well, Steph said that while he watched the footage, and again, this is Steph said, but that while he watched the footage, that the clock remained at the same time the entire time, therefore making the equipment broke. It could also, it could be flashlights too, for all we know. It could be a lot of different things that the only people that can really come out and say it would be TBI, and they're not. They wouldn't just confirm if it was trash trucks. They wouldn't confirm if it, was flashlights. They won't even say that is of value. It's an aggravating point for sure. And it does seem a little too odd to be the only movement that night that a child disappears.
Well, we can agree to disagree, but Mike, that's pretty fucking rude.
What did Mike's back? What did Mike say?
I don't know.
Don't even.
Mike, he used to like me. He doesn't like me anymore. He said I'm terrible at true crime.
Mike's been very mean. You've been very mean, Mike.
He really has gotten mean. He used to be cool.
Yeah, I don't know why why you got that way, Mike.
Everything that has come out in this case is important. So I think that activity outside of Sebastian Rogers' house the night that he disappeared is very important.
I saw this video a while ago and it really convinced me. I'm totally open now. I just wish that TBI would. I think TBI needs to come out. With all the things going on right now, I would really encourage they come out and at least say something to the public. We deserve to know. Are they aware of everything that's going on?
Can I ask you something? Was it ever confirmed that the trash guy said it was heavier than normal? Or was that rumor?
I personally have never heard that be confirmed.
I can't remember where that came from originally. I just remember it being said, and that was what directed them to the landfill, but I don't know if that was reported. Does anybody remember?
Yeah, I don't know where they got that from. If that was just like precaution, or people just said, oh, they must have said it was heavier, that's why they're searching. All right, let's see.
It's just odd.
Damn
it was in a Facebook group, says Choo Choo.
Let me listen to this really quick before I play it out loud.
Body says they're on to some tip or lead something, that's why they're silent. I hope you're right. They're pretty silent with Summer too.
Here's another clip of Seth about the trash trucks, but I can't get it onto the actual computer, so I have to play it through the mic.
So Brandy's asking, can you clarify the flashlight video? And I'm assuming she's talking about the flashlights that are floating around. Now, we've talked about this ad nauseum on the show before, but if you can, if you don't mind, just maybe just hitting the hammer on the nail or whatever. You know what I mean? Just solidify it one fell swoop.
That camera was, probably 600 yards away.
600 yards away.
And the lights that you see on there, one of them actually does not move. But as it was explained to me, the other one was the flashing. It was a light on top of the garbage truck, so they can see where their camera is to pick up the trash can.
Okay.
And it was catching trees on the way back. That's why I moved faster. And the other one was literally a stationary light, but whoever sent it to somebody just moved the camera so it looked like it disappeared off the camera and then moved it so it looked like it came back on. Because somebody recorded that from a video instead of sending the whole video.
Gotcha. Now, here's the thing, though, guys, because this is the one piece, and I think this is the reason why that super chat was asked, is that footage is weird. I mean, as far as those lights are moving around, it doesn't look like a stationary light on a car. You understand what I'm saying? It does not look like a stationary light on a car. It looks like somebody's holding it and, moving around, walking around. So, what are your thoughts on that piece?
Well, I saw the video.
Okay, so you saw the full video.
It's not. Yeah, I saw the whole video. But it's literally, it's not even from behind the house. That video, it comes from a different angle.
Somewhere
it is not behind the house.
Somewhere completely different. Okay, I see. Interesting. I guess some people are wanting to know too. So you're telling us that you saw the actual garbage truck attached to that light.
Correct.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Listen, the truck does pick it up with arms, but the guys have to move the can from the end of the driveway to the truck. So they know what regular trash, if you're a trash guy and you're used to grabbing cans and wheeling them over to the truck, you're going to know if it's heavier than normal trash. They have arms, but they still have to move the cans.
To put the cans onto the arms.
Exactly.
Right. Chris did say the same thing. They both said that they were both shown the same videos, that this was a chopped off and, like hold your phone up to record something off the computer screen right now. And like saying like their hands were like moving, making the footage look like it was moving more than it was. I can see it both ways, but I don't want any of us, like the chat and us and all, to start arguing over this, because fact of the matter is, who fucking knows? Was Seth lying twice in separate videos back then? Was he lying about what he saw? Because he himself is now coming out adamantly saying it was not a trash truck. So was he lying then, or is he lying now? That's really what I'm getting to. Is, he said it. He said it in 2 separate interviews. He was adamant it was a trash truck. And now him and his cohorts are saying it was absolutely not a trash truck. So,
why the change? I guess is the point.
Right. That's more
regardless of what it really is. Why change what it was?
Right, regardless of what any of us believe or any of us think, why did Seth Rogers, the father of the missing child, change his stance when he was so adamant months back that he saw the footage and knew without a doubt that it was trash trucks? Why is he now saying differently? That's what we should all be concerned with. Said by the police at the first presser. Can you replay that video in its entirety? Ugh.
He really has changed his mind on a lot of things, and that's a lot of what we've all talked about.
Right, that's what we've been pointing out. There's been a hell of a lot of inconsistencies coming from Seth Rogers from the very start, and I know that makes people uncomfortable, especially those who are supporting him. But just because you ignore those red flags don't mean we have to. Just like you all point out the red flags of Chris and Katie, I point out the red flags of Seth Rogers. Sorry if you don't like it. And this is a huge red flag. You don't get to adamantly come out and stub your nose and put on a Duper's Delight smile that you know without a doubt is a trash truck, and everybody else is stupid for believing it's anything other than. And now when you need to push your narrative a little bit harder, now you're going to co-sign that as flashlights. To me, it's insulting.
Right, regardless of what the hell it is.
Exactly. Regardless of what any of us think.
It's really strange, though, to sit there and say that TBI showed me this day and night. It's a trash truck. Like, so certain.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to that certainty?
Right. He's smirking. He's smirking at it. Look, like, you idiots believe it's anything but. The clock was messed up. I mean, he's adamant.
Just so you guys know, he has boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find extremely daunting. As you could tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen. Okay, so it was a cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
broken equipment.
So broken equipment. So why are you saying differently now? Seth Rogers, that's my question. Why are you changing this now? You were so look at the smirk on his face. He's adamant.
I call that duper's delight.
Right. I mean,
yes.
Does anyone know why Pascal walked away? No, but I wish we all would have walked away when he did.
Well, I think after everything that's happened, we can kind of put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, it's not hard to kind of think about why.
After
one
what
would
we
walk
heard
away.
went on at that freaking Red Robin dinner, I would have walked away too.
How uncomfortable.
Just
that must
knowing
have
that. God knows what else.
Maybe you said that to make it look like his in with law enforcement, like Chris and Katie was. I don't know. It still would make no sense. And even if that's the case, no matter what, you have to keep in your mind either Seth Rogers lied adamantly in separate interviews back then, or he's lying adamantly now. No other way to cut it other than Seth Rogers is a liar. And I won't even put my opinion because I can play the words right here. He's mad because no one's looking for Sebastian on the ground because folks don't want to get sued. Well, also, why isn't he and his team of investigators out there looking? Right, still an inconsistency. A big one. And to hear his friend, Justin, go on a huge rant last night about call them yourselves and ask if they run at 3 a.m. Why aren't you playing this where Seth yourself is telling you that the time was broken?
What's the date on this video?
The date on this is... That's a good question.
April something?
Probably. Let me look. March 29th.
March 29th.
March 29th. And then he
Wow.
was on another interview with him on... What date is this one? This one is... Let me go to it on the actual site with the title. This one is Seth Rogers is on the phone. Body found during search. Search for Sebastian Rogers continues. This one's April 8th. Let me.
So well before Tony.
Yeah, before Tony. Yes. Good point.
So before Tony came on the scene, it was a trash truck. Tony's here and now it's a flashlight.
Right.
I mean, basically.
Well, and what does the flashlight do? The flashlight, people are saying, you see the flashlight come from the Proudfoot's home and then go back to the Proudfoot's home. So it essentially points fingers at the Proudfoots, right? But I've always argued if Sebastian left the house that night to go meet somebody, say he grabs his flashlight and he starts walking, and as he's getting closer, he realizes that this person's not who he thought it was. So Sebastian then goes towards the house. This flashlight goes out, the other person, because they now drop it to go chase after Sebastian. That could very well explain what was happening too. But that doesn't point a finger at the Proudfoot, so that's not good enough for them.
I would assume, though, that they would have spoke to their garbage man, and said, hey, did you see anything this morning?
Right? Oh,
Right?
yeah.
For sure.
I would assume that the police did, right? At the very minimum.
Yeah. I would definitely think so.
And they must have if they turned around and did the whole searching of the landfill on the basis that the trash may have been a little heavier that day.
Or could it just have been a precaution because the trash was picked up and he went
that
missing?
morning?
Yeah,
and
that morning.
And if that footage was real, it would give, reason even more so to go
check
look.
it. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right, Rainbow. TikTok Tony said he never even saw the video. When he was on, I think it was Brittany's panel. When he went on her panel, he was asked about it and he said, I've never even seen that video.
Oh, wow, really?
That's right. He did, yeah. There's been so many different stories come out of their mouths. It's hard to keep them straight.
I've never even saw that. Wow.
Yeah, I reviewed it.
That's interesting. It's almost like they just so many inconsistencies.
It was funny how Brittany too was like, Tony is sus. Said you need to get someone else in charge like that. There's something off with him. And then the next day, there he is on the panel. Must have been when she signed on.
Yeah, right. What is this timestamp? Halfway through.
Feisty Justine says, what happened at that dinner, Jay? Some of us don't know. I
Well,
just heard there was a
it
lot
was
of
allegations. Let's
yeah,
start
I
with
just
that.
heard there was a lot of, just inappropriate comments, things like that being said. And we don't know if that's true. It's just things that were spoken about. And we thought maybe it made some creators uncomfortable who were there based on what we heard. So if that is true, I probably wouldn't want anything to do with it either if those things actually happened.
How
Nonsense.
about
That
that?
is ridiculous.
Here we go. All right. Let me play us this one.
Talked about this at nauseum on the show before, but if you can, if you don't mind, just maybe just hitting the hammer on the, hitting the hammer on the nail or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Just
that's interesting, Sammy.
solidify it one fell
camera-
swoop.
That camera was, probably 600 yards away. And the lights that you see on there,
Yeah.
one of them actually does not move, but as it was explained to me, the other one was the flashing. It was a light on top of the garbage truck, so they can see where their camera is to pick up the trash can.
Okay.
And it was catching trees on the way back. That's why it moved faster. And the other one was literally a stationary light, but whoever sent it to somebody just moved the camera so it looked like it disappeared off the camera and then moved it so it looked like it came back on. Because somebody recorded that from a video instead of sending the whole video.
Gotcha. Now, here's the thing, though, guys, because that this is the one piece, and I think this is the reason why that super chat was asked, is that footage is weird. I mean, as far as those lights are moving around, it doesn't look like a stationary light on a car. You understand what I'm saying? It does not look like a stationary light on a car. It looks like somebody's holding it and, moving around, walking around. So, what are your thoughts on that piece?
Well, I saw the video.
Okay, so you saw the full video.
It's not, yeah, I saw the whole video. But it's literally, it's not even from behind the house. That video comes from a different angle. It is not behind the house.
Somewhere completely different. Okay, I see. Interesting. I guess some people are wanting to know too. So you're telling us that you saw the actual garbage truck attached to that light.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
We can put that to rest, guys. We can put that to rest. Okay.
Interesting, right? So again, when was he being truthful? And for those who don't remember where that rumor originated, anybody remember Miss Carrie Foster? Those who don't, Miss Carrie Foster got in trouble because here she is a felon who was not allowed to even search for Sebastian, and she was leading searches all in the wrong direction. So they put out this big flyer.
Oh, yeah, I know who she is.
Yes.
She's the one that was putting the picture over the picture on the flyer.
Yes. So she started this whole rumor thing with this.
Oh, man.
Today, I went to leave the house, put up my green ribbons around my yard, and retrieved my trash can. I then noticed my trash can was only half empty. I wanted to get upset, but I looked up and saw the truck down the block, and then I saw one single man get out of the truck in the rain all by himself to do his job. I thought about Sebastian and realized that one man may not be doing a perfect job, but at least he's doing his best. You may only be one person, but if you do your best, then you're doing a perfect job. Some of you may ask, what does this have to do with anything? This post makes me think the landfill needs to be checked, ruled out. This is where the weight of the trash cans came in. This rumor that started that all. So.
Good old Facebook.
Yeah, good old Facebook. Always around to again, this is a lady who got in trouble because she was misguided in the search efforts and wasn't really allowed to participate in
And
search.
why was she doing this so early on, girl? Like March
Yeah.
5th? That's concerning. Who is she and who does she know?
Right, and who was she doing it on the behalf of? Like, why would you intentionally misguide and mislead a search effort for a child?
Yeah, I mean, that's really early on.
Some weird shit in this case all along, I'll tell you that, and it only seems to get weirder as time goes on.
So does that mean she was also putting those pictures over the pictures that early on as well?
Yeah, it had to be because it was very early on that they caught on that she wasn't allowed to do what she was doing.
Yeah, I thought that was so sus, right? So she took the TBI flyer that had Sebastian, the picture they put on there, and then she was taking this color picture of Sebastian with that chest brace thing, and where he's sitting in the car, and she was putting that on top of it. And I always wondered why. Who is she? Where did she come from? Who gave her that picture with the chest thing? You know, because she had several copies of it, and she was literally just pasting them on top. That was Shauna B. That was Shauna B. Choo Choo says.
Shauna B. redid the flyer. She was on the news. This lady's the lady that was on horseback, and they put up this.
I don't know who she is. The one I'm thinking about is Shauna. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. There was something up. Yes, the one with the pink nail polish then. And she did an interview with the news. And it was really strange.
She did, Miss Robin. She did something similar. The blonde Friday's hair, she's the felon that they kicked off the search. She was on the horseback.
I don't know anything about her. I missed that whole thing. Friday's hair. She was on horseback, her own horse? Google Carrie Foster. She took a pew to her kid's school?
Yes. Let me look. Let me see if I can find her in because I put it all out before. I did it months back.
Does she live in their neighborhood?
She's from the area, yes. Let me put it this way.
Somehow I never came across her in this thing.
There was this, it was a big, here it is. Here's one of it. This is the closest I can probably find of it right now, but let me see, is it coming up on our screens? No, we're blocking it. All right. There we go. So Carrie Foster, Sebastian Rogers case, admin with a record, deceives and manipulated her group in allegations of search efforts. And a shocking revelation has come to light that Carrie Foster, a convicted felon with a history of reckless behavior, including a 2021 incident in which she was arrested after bringing a loaded handgun to an elementary school, is actively deceiving the search efforts for missing autistic teen Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian mysteriously disappeared, now faces the grave threat of having his search efforts compromised by Foster's deceitful actions. Unbeknownst to the community, Foster has been operating under a false facade, concealing her troubled past and leveraging her position within the search operation to spread lies and misinformation to her group, where she holds an admin status, which consists of over 6,000 members. With cunning confidence, she manipulates the genuine intentions of volunteers, leading them astray with false promises and baseless claims. Under a false claim of insider knowledge, Foster has brazenly directed search efforts beyond the boundaries established by law enforcement and has trespassed on private property via horseback while insinuating that she was carrying firearms. She claims to have done this under authoritative permission to do all of this, which has been proven to be false by authorities. Her delusional with finding Sebastian blind.
Dude, she was wearing a vest when she went to her kid's school too.
Yeah, bulletproof vest, yeah.
What the?
Crazy.
She was charged with carrying a weapon on school property and commission of certain offenses while wearing a body vest. Wow. Talk about delusional.
So Terry Lynn was on a panel 2 days ago, and
TL, Susie says, TL, are there any updates on the search?
I was just getting ready to ask her that. I can't discuss any of that stuff. But
Why you don't want to be part of Rico, Terry Quinn? You fucking shit stirring piece of shit. But yeah, is this interesting? So she it's imperative that the community wakes up to the reality of Foster's deceit. Sebastian's chances of being found diminish with each passing moment that Foster continues to peddle her lies and manipulate the search efforts. This is not a misunderstanding or misguided intentions. This is a deliberate act of sabotage by a woman driven by her own twisted and assumed mental ill motivations.
Wait a minute. Is that the girl that's in the clip?
Oh, maybe.
Someone asked if her kids went to school with Sebastian, but it says Lakeside Park. So it says, according to a note to Lakeside Park parents from Principal Christy Petty, a parent arrived to attend her child's class Christmas party on Friday when school staff noticed the parent appeared to be wearing a bulletproof vest underneath her clothing. A school administrator contacted Sumner County Sheriff, who requested help from Hendersonville police. The principal says the parent was removed discreetly by police from the child's classroom.
Guess who she's friends with?
Who? Turlin?
Yep.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Come on.
Guess who else she's friends with?
Bobby.
Yes. Bitch, she's not on both.
God dang it. Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Are these the fucking PTO moms of Hendersonville? What's going on? Wow. Turlin's kin.
They also tried to scam food for the searchers, got caught after their whole little, facade they were playing blew up. They deleted their Facebook group. But yes, they're all friends. Bobby, Terry. Could this be the tip line lady?
She's an EMT and she had her license suspended.
Let me see.
Whoopsie daisies. Failed to pay student loan. License suspended. Board of Emergency Medical Services in Nashville. Wow. Someone's not doing well.
Here's the blonde lady in the clip. And here's
it could be her, man. Look at that hair.
It could be. It could be.
Oh my God, I can't.
Oh shit. Yep.
Aw, that's nice of you to say, Gary.
Gary's the best. What'd he say?
He said Granny and Jay could form a side channel as partners. They are compatible and funny.
Oh, Gary.
That's so nice.
He is always so
now
nice.
Go vacuum, Gary.
Right.
I love Gary.
Did anybody else
think that's her though?
Did anybody else see the tweet about it's time to go VEET on vets? Anybody see that tweet by a particular person?
No, but look at this. Let me share this really fast.
Oh God, what you got? Oh my God. I'll never know what Jay's gonna pop
Carrie
up.
Foster, her ex account. I just had to show you that picture. Like, whoa. So it does say surgical tech, EMT, Southern, single, one kid, independent with New York attitude.
Oh, you didn't get it, throw out glitter. So think about how the Vietnam it's oh my goodness.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Joe Madre. Oh, New York attitude 5D says Music City.
She's interesting.
Something just ain't right in this case, man. It just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
It does. And it just seems like there's just a bunch of like LARPing people.
Yeah, like rando.
Do you think that's what they meant by that? Baldy?
I thought you said baldy.
Body. What is body, right?
Body.
Baldy?
Body.
I did say baldy. I'm sorry.
She does. She thinks they mean that road.
Oh, interesting. Baldy. My bad. Maybe she don't need her nursing license if she has a Porsche and a horse. Porsche and a horse.
A Porsche and a horse, of course.
Opponents in the chess group? I wouldn't recommend looking up minors. Let's see what our poll says. Do you think it was a trash truck? We have, let me get up to date.
You know, what else I find is odd that we've never seen come out? Like yearbooks. You know, like there's no one in that area that had kids that had a yearbook that Sebastian was in. Just so odd.
That's an interesting point. 625 votes. Hold on. Every time this gets closer, it moves. Give me a second. 65% do not believe it was a trash truck. That's where Texas Roadhouse is. Oh, they're over there doing like riddles, and I died when somebody said, "Can I buy a fail?" Like, what kind of games are you playing? If you have shit to say it. No professional dances around like that. They don't play this, oh, let's play a guessing game and quizzo night and like no. If you have something to say it. It's annoying.
That's nice of you to say, sip and shine.
That is really nice. Thank you.
King of the Rico.
Jinx.
King of the Rico has entered the room. Were your ears ringing?
Look, it's JLR's photo. I can't.
It says WAP.
Investigators also don't talk about the investigation in public, right? Let alone make riddles about it, right? But I'm curious why, if their search efforts led to credible tips in Oregon and New York, why are they now claiming dog is in Tennessee? And believe me, if dog was in,
why didn't he go on camera then? He would have been on camera with something behind him showing he's in Tennessee.
He said he has a film crew with him. You don't think they'd be excitedly live that they're finally in Tennessee and they would go live to incite their audience like, hey, we're here.
Good point.
Absolutely, they would.
Good point. I travel with a camera crew everywhere, he said.
Yeah, he said it.
Bro, why are you on the phone?
Right. Why don't you have your camera crew you set up in Sumner County doing an interview then? I'm curious. Let me do a poll on that. How many of you believe he is in Tennessee? Can I get sued for a poll?
A green screen? He could have. I mean, at least give some effort.
There's a reason Ellie doesn't talk with Seth, right? He admitted it. He said it. Maybe he was in his undies like Betty. Maybe.
Thank you, Rico.
Make you ladies smile. Can you pay us? Who is paying you? Look at
By the way,
lady.
let the Proudfoots know that the Venmo or cash, however they're paying me, it's not coming through.
Yeah, you got the wrong one.
They got the wrong routing number or some shit.
Here, Michelle Webble. Why don't you come up and tell me the facts? I dropped a link for you. Come up and tell me what I'm missing. I'll be happy to acknowledge it. We weren't even talking about anything right now that you could claim was non-factual, but let's talk. What facts am I missing? What are the facts? The only fact we have is that a 15-year-old child disappeared from their home in the middle of the night. So I don't know what other facts you think I could be missing. I'd rather he was or wasn't in Tennessee. I would call the police on that comment alone. Hey, Deanna Weeks. Good morning. Maybe they should. Lord. He'd be kicking doors, making arrests, asking questions later.
Jen Sparky said, I loved when I heard Chris McDonough talk about this. And if there's nothing criminal to investigate, why is TBI and FBI involved? Especially with a reward.
Well, I also loved when Chris McDonough said, just because the father has an alibi, the biological father, doesn't mean he wasn't involved.
Betty's out-of-state attorney.
Anybody need advice? I'm available. I have a feeling Michelle's not going to come up. That's all right, Michelle. We figured you want it. Yeah, It's just funny how these people, listen, I don't know if the Proudfoots are innocent. How would I know? I don't know. I'm not an investigator. I don't know if Seth Rogers is innocent. He said himself he is a suspect. I don't even think any parent was involved. I think Sebastian left, and I think he left with good reason. Right. There was no facts involved there. How about when I wish I could find when Gray was on, but he brought up Dylan. Was it Dylan? Harley. What the fuck am I saying? Hold
Who?
on. I don't know. Don't ask me. Was it Dylan Harley? No.
Oh, Harley Dilly
Yes. And how, he was right
in the
next door.
chimney.
In
The chimney. Yeah.
I wonder if you can get the raw footage from his footage of his search and discovery process. Of course. Harley Dilly. Yes. I thought that was a good example.
Oh, good point, Blue Moon. That's when the team quit talking to and about Chris McDonough. Because remember, that was their big thing. I need to be cleared so I can get the cold case foundation in.
We want Chris McDonough to come in. Can
What
you help
happened?
us?
You're right. That just went by the wayside, right?
And then Chris McDonough's good friend, Josh, did a whole video where he laughed at Nick and Hong. Laughed at them hysterically and said Nick ain't going to be finding shit. And told everybody what, how they're worth nothing. So, yeah, I wonder if that got them kicked off the green team. Of course, Catherine. Oh, no, because that's right. That's right, Josh. You were involved in doxing all of our addresses by coming out, one of the first to come out with this whole RICO claim. That's right. I forgot. You're
Hey,
still in their pocket.
Stacy. Tell Painting Services by Steve. I said hello. Well, another thing that I thought would be interesting to go back to is to go back and watch the behavior panel. Because remember in the very beginning, they said that they didn't think the Proudfoots were deceitful.
Yeah.
Well, that was in the beginning when I was side-eyeing the Proudfoots like nobody's business. And I thought, they're wrong. How can they say this, So I would like to go back and watch that because I haven't seen it since it first came out. And I have a different viewpoint now, 8 months later.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to go over that sometime.
It really would be, just to see if, now that you see things differently, if you can see that differently.
Yeah, if you see where they're coming from. Because at that point, I was like, there's no way. Like,
well, that's
Chris Proudfoot's sus as fuck. Like, they're wrong, so I'd like to rewatch that.
That's like this video that all these green team members are in the chat saying that this lady disparaged Seth and she's going to be added to the list. That MK Ultra is making comments about adding people to a list. Love to know whose alt account you are that you think you can add people to a list, but she brings that up here.
Proudfoot. And they made an observation of their behavior that went in their favor. And in fact, their entire analysis of Chris and Katie's interview found really no deception and very little troubling behavior on their part. But they made an observation that Seth Rogers overwhelmingly displays in the course of several interviews.
Facial expressions and movements are all in line with somebody being truthful and honest. One big thing to notice is that there's no focus in either of them on managing perception and exaggerating the sadness and grief. Those are the two big things we see in just about, I think, maybe 100% of these videos. Manage perception, exaggerate the sadness and the grief. We're not seeing those two big hallmarks.
They're saying that Katie do not display overwhelming perception management and excessive grief behavior in their answers. On the other hand, here's a clip reel. There will be a lights sound marker.
Anyway, that's very interesting. Lynn did a fantastic job.
Yes, I like Lynn.
They're always overly angry. It's ridiculous, especially Betty Jr. over there. Like, take a nap, relax, go do some self-care, and fucking get yourself together. And then she goes on to show all the times that she believes he is doing managing perception. which is, I'm good, they're bad. It was a very great video. Oh, we can
In
play it,
between
but
each clip,
everybody's
I'm
seen it.
not going to count them on screen. So you can try to
Not
count
as
them as they're
threatened.
played if you'd like. But as you listen to this,
Hey, Sophia.
imagine what it was like to be the child of this man who was clearly bitter and despondent about his divorce and needed people to see him in a better light than his ex-wife and her new husband.
I can't believe they put in the filing that I undermined his divorce trauma by saying it's been 9 years. Get therapy, bro. Can't believe they put that in there.
Unbelievable.
Like, that's opinion. It is advice and is not suable. Oh my God.
Have this shared goal, right? To find your boy. Has it gotten any better between you and Katie in terms of sharing info?
It doesn't feel like a shared goal. It sure doesn't feel like a shared goal.
Oh.
It feels like it's only my goal and all of Sebastian's army. It's their goal.
See, I don't know how many of you are familiar, but what I consider that to be, Jay, is like that us first them mentality, right? Like, it's my goal and it's all Sebastian's army goal.
Mhm.
Like, it's a way to
Division.
It's division, right? It's a typical tactic that people use, and it's so transparent, and that's what these people are riding off of. And
Instead of it
honestly,
being like we're all in this together, and maybe some people are dealing with this in their own ways and maybe staying private.
right?
Not everybody likes to be on YouTube and on video doing things either. So it's kind of it's drawing that line in the sand. They're not.
Right.
I feel like it's just my goal.
Well,
not
and it's
theirs.
also it's the whole if you don't push
Narrative.
narrative, then you're not Team Sebastian. You're not one of us. You don't.
You're
care
not part
about
of the
Sebastian.
army, right?
Right. It's like you're not allowed to dislike Seth and still care about Sebastian. That's how they've made this.
Nana says he's a big old titty baby.
Big old titty baby. There you are. There were a bunch more horrible clips I didn't include because they were really exploitative. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I'm sure there was. Would you like to come up, Lynn, and give, a little introduction to yourself and what made you even take a look at this? Because I know, like you stated, you pretty much stayed away from all of this.
Yeah, that'd be great if she came up. I'm actually gonna hop down. I got some
Thank you
stuff to do,
for
but I
saving
definitely
my day, Jay. Thank you
no,
so
no
much.
problem. But I'd love to hear what Lynn has to say.
I'm curious too.
All right,
If
thanks
she
for
has
having
any-
me up.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
All right, I'll see you later.
Bye. Would you like to share with the class, Lynn? They don't want the smoke. They don't want the smoke. Yay! I dropped the link again for you. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, and we'll give Lynn a minute to get herself together. Hello, Lynn.
Well, hello there. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Hey.
Man, I saw you getting a lot of heat over in your comments.
Oh, that's to be expected. I knew this was a contentious conversation. And and that's the reason I really avoided doing videos on this case like the plague, because I just, I saw so many other people doing videos. It really didn't need any more coverage. It was this lawsuit, it wasn't the lawsuit itself, which, I see as, like I said in the video, just a publicity stunt type thing. You know, we've seen this happen over and over and over again in the true crime community. And, you know, we don't have to go over that. But anyway, but I had to go look at this lawsuit, and I looked at the fact that the father of a missing child joined this lawsuit within a year after his son had gone missing, right? And I read the lawsuit. I had to read the lawsuit before I made an opinion about, you know, does he have actually, you know, merit in joining this lawsuit? And then I went and looked at I looked at, you know, probably about 80 to 90% of his interviews. And then I looked at Chris and Katie's interviews. And then I saw this pattern of behavior. And I was like, no, 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 no. You don't go on to YouTube, trash your ex-wife over and over and over and over and over again. You don't see any of that in-kind treatment from her. And then gather this army of support who also echo all of that, you know, all of those claims of them being involved and you being stalked and harassed. While one of those other co-plaintiffs is also being criminally charged for stalking and harassment, right? And then join a lawsuit. So really the lawsuit was, that was a line for me. To me, he became part of this whole conversation over whether, you know, whether people are really being stalked and harassed in this matter in his son's name. That's what made me put the video together.
Well, and especially when after the fourth protective order was granted, they all came out and started saying, we have a big move. We have a big move. You know, we're not done yet. We have something up our sleeve. And this was up their sleeve. Like, this was their big move. I'm still trying to figure out how they believe this is going to help Betty come the 20th. Do they think they can present this to the judge and say, I'm a victim of RICO? I was arrested because of a woman named Granny's watching?
Right. That's a whole other thing for me, is like, you know, I can't speak for what you and the other defendants have or haven't done. I'm, you know, people are accusing me of coming up and defending you and the other defendants. I can't speak for what you guys have done. What I'm speaking toward is that the defendants, the plaintiffs have mud caked on their arms, and you shouldn't be filing a lawsuit with dirty hands, you know, like and Betty is like a prime example. And that's why I used her in my video as a prime example. She has mud on her hands. Right. And so how dare you go out and file this, you know, it's basically like a coordinated
enterprise
lawsuit against a bunch of people claiming that there's this coordinated enterprise. And in fact, I'm now being accused of being paid. You know, people are saying, oh, you're being paid by the Proudfoots. I've never talked to any of you about this case. I've never talked to anybody about this case. Not one human being have I talked to about this case. I took it upon myself to make that video, just like I take it upon myself to make any of my videos. That's how I work, you know. So,
well, and doesn't it make you wonder why anybody who does support that quote unquote team, there shouldn't be teams, but they've created a great divide. Anybody who supports that team automatically goes to, you're being paid. You're being paid by the Proudfoots.
Well, right. It shows you what happens in their world.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, they're like, they can't think further than their own, inside their own brains. Well,
yes.
If I do it that way, well, that must be the way they're doing it. So now we just have to throw out. So that the lawsuit to me read more like a description of what they've been doing. I don't know that for sure. I don't know that for sure. So don't sue me, people, for accusing you of all, you know, being a RICO. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it is written as an enterprise. It is a group of people who have come together to strong arm any opposing opinions, and they admitted as much. I don't know if you saw it, but that Nick just did a video not too long ago where he said, if you say one word we dislike, we're putting your name in that filing.
And I didn't see that.
Yeah, basically admitting that this is a slap suit. This is an absolute strategic lawsuit against public participation. And if you say anything we dislike, we're going to put your name in there.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you know, if I hadn't, you know, been wrapped up in something similar to this a couple years ago, I wouldn't have I probably wouldn't be as informed as I am at this point. You know, and you know, I don't want to, you know, go back over any of that. It's just, I think a lot of people try to use that, you know, that term RICO to invite, you know, some sort of, so like to make it big and splashy
Salacious.
and
Right.
right, salacious and authoritative and put some Diddyism into it, you know?
Well, and so not only did they put the RICO, right, which RICO cases normally do catch headlines because it's like,
Yeah.
wow, RICO. But then they put Dog the Bounty Hunter as the first plaintiff,
Yeah.
despite
Yeah.
the fact he doesn't even have any declarations in there. There's
I mean-
nothing in there involving Dog, but it's to catch publicity. in
Yeah,
my
that
opinion.
was the other reason I was like, what the actual fuck? Like, does he even know he's a plaintiff in that lawsuit?
We're wondering that. We're wondering that.
I mean, to me, like, you know, I remember when he was got himself involved in the Gabby Petito case, right? Because I was covering that with you know, NC, right?
Yeah.
And I remember him, you know, oh my God, Dog's coming, all right, woohoo! You know, he goes and knocks on the laundry's door, and there's this big thing. And then, as you guys were talking about earlier, because I was lurking and listening, he basically diverts all this attention over to this other place where Brian Laundrie isn't, and he's sitting there saying, I know where he is, I know where he is. And there we're even talking about going to a whole other country with Brian Laundrie too. And I know there was some talk about going to some other country with
Sebastian.
So really, it's all for publicity's sake. It's all to catch headlines, right? And I'm really disappointed in Court TV and how they lead these. I am always lurking, Kraken. I am. I am a pro lurker. But anyway, where was I going with that? Disappointed in Court TV. These leading questions. Oh, the parents are the mom is not involved. Still, so they're like buying that entire line, right, and feeding into it. And I noticed that Ashley Banfield was doing that too. So I was sort of thinking about doing my next video about how the news networks have covered this and how they fed into some of the lines. But first I have to like review all the videos and see the patterns of behavior, because that's what I do. I really look at the patterns of behavior.
Well, and it's crazy to me that they would allow rumors to be spoken up there as fact, right? Like Dog saying, oh, and you know, he sprayed a neighbor with the water and was verbally abusing Sebastian as he sprayed him with the water. That was a debunked rumor from early on.
Right.
And then to even follow up with like, well, I don't know why nobody, you know, there's no police reports, because it didn't happen.
Right.
The whole thing to me is, you know, it's exactly what you said. It's a squirrel suit, and every time people stop speaking on it, they try to make this, you know, quote unquote big move that gets people speaking again. And there are people that are eating this up. They're running wild with it. They're lying in titles, claiming 2 defendants were added to a RICO, which they were not. It was not approved by the courts. It likely won't be approved by the courts. And then you have Lasniak himself on Court TV admitting that he's not going to allow us to use our powerful platforms to spread our opinions.
How can he has no power to do that.
Right. I mean, you can put frivolous lawsuits on people, sure.
Yeah. I mean, what he's not going to allow anybody to use their own First Amendment civil rights. I mean, what is he talking about? I mean,
Right.
these
And
people
what
look
is the
like a
end goal?
complete joke, and apparently, it sounds like he's attached to Dog, the bounty hunter. Am I correct in that?
No, he's actually attached to Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dog used to be represented by Bruce Castor.
Oh, that
but
guy. Right.
For some reason, Bruce Castor, he didn't make an appearance this time.
Right.
Very
I
interestingly.
looked into that guy's background, and everybody's so impressed that he represented Trump. He
Yeah.
lost for Trump.
Right. Trump yelled at his TV about him. He wasn't happy with him.
He made a boob out of himself for Trump. In fact, he lost humiliatingly for Trump. So don't be like, oh wow, it's funny.
And that's what they're running with.
impeach-
Like, we have the former DA, Trump's attorney working with us, and now they have Trump himself. So that's amazing.
Yeah. So anyway, that's how I got into it. But most people who have followed me on YouTube know that I really have no attachments and big collaborations with other creators and I never talk to true crime families. I don't want to get involved directly with true crime families. I just don't.
Well, you mentioned the whole RICO thing years ago. Don't you find it ironic, Lynn, that a lot of people who laughed hysterically at the idea of true crime people being a RICO organization, to the point of even changing their usernames to mock it, are now the ones that are cheering this on simply because they dislike the people involved?
Yep. It's fucking hilarious to me.
And I loved when you added in the clips from Lana to be like, this is what you're going to look like and sound like. This is ludicrousy. You can't sue the entire internet to stop giving their opinions.
I was so happy when that judge said that in that hearing. She goes, I'd have to shut down the entire internet.
And then said, no, you don't. Yeah, that's what you're asking.
Oh God, it was just classic hearing. But yeah.
And who would have thought we'd be facing the same thing? What just blows my mind is that there's an actual attorney behind this one. And it's
right. Because it'll get attention. I mean, come on, look, people are seeing nowadays that people not only have attention spans of gnats, but they have memories of gnats as well.
Right.
So even if people saw that another person completely humiliated themselves in a similar situation not too long ago, even if they saw that happen, if it's drama, it gets attention, and they don't like the person on the other side, they're still going to cheer it on.
Absolutely. And what do you think of the fact that Seth then started teary-eyed complaining that nobody's talking about Sebastian anymore?
I didn't know that he did that, but right. Exactly. Be careful what you ask for.
Right. And that's the truth. It's like people are afraid to now speak. Look what happened. You make one video where you don't actually say anything disparaging. You play somebody's own words, and you're being threatened in your own comment section.
Well,
with being added to this.
I did say that, in my opinion, toward the end of the video.
Oh, you did say, yeah.
That, in my opinion, he started up with her when she was a preteen. So,
but that's based off his own words. He said that.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't hear him say that.
Right.
I'm very careful online with my words, unlike a lot of people. I am deliberate and intentional.
Right.
And if I make a mistake, I will correct it. I will apologize. I will correct it. And I will say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Right.
So I heard him say it. I didn't include it in that clip reel. And I didn't include a lot of things because they were so incredibly, they were so intensely personal and personal and salacious and exploitative, about things that happen in Sebastian's life that shouldn't be on the fucking internet.
Right.
That he put out there. So
He
yeah.
sure did. He put this all out there, and it seems like every opportunity he has had to bring attention to Sebastian, he wastes it on bringing attention to Katie and his disdain for her.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not like he's most of the time when he brings her up and his absolute disdain for her, it's not asked for, it's not prompted. He's not being asked about her. He's just bringing her up. So to me, that shows motive.
Mm-hmm.
That shows motive, right? He has some sort of motive toward her. I don't know how far that motive would go. Like it could go anywhere from I'm just going to say all kinds of shit about her on the internet and make people not like her, all the way to I would
make her suffer.
I would make her suffer in the worst of ways. But I
Are
don't
you aware of the date? That the
Yeah.
date, Sebastian?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I didn't include, I thought about including that, like there's a clip in my video about that date, but I didn't say anything about it because it also could just be super coincidental, right?
Right, of course.
There's just not enough there to really make a huge thing out of it, but it really is weird. It really is weird. And to him, who he clearly holds grudges for a very long time. I mean, it's very understandable for him to be upset. I completely understand his feelings. I more than understand his feelings. I do not get by, though, him coming online, disparaging his ex-wife over and over, telling horrible, salacious, very personal details of his son's and his ex-wife's life, getting all kinds of other people to join him in that, and then join a lawsuit that continues to claim that his ex-wife and her husband are stalking and harassing him, are involved in the disappearance, and claiming that a bunch of people are all doing the same thing that they are now doing. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So they're basically putting in a legal filing that we are guilty of what they are actually currently doing.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I've never, ever accused Seth of being involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I've never called him a P word. I didn't do the things that they are claiming I did. And the quotes they have of me are opinion based. It's been 9 years, bro. Get therapy. That's an opinion. That is a actual very thoughtful suggestion, what I would think. But that's what they're putting in the filing.
And in reaction videos, most of the time what I've seen is, well, right, Katie didn't say these things, but this person said these things, and that person said these things, and this person said these things, and we think that the Proudfits told them to say these things and paid them to say these things. Well, I'm sorry, bro, but you need to prove that.
Right.
You need to prove that. And I see absolutely no proof of that in the filings. And I have seen no proof of that in anything that's come out. Maybe I'm missing something.
No, you're not. It doesn't exist.
So like I said, I just see this, and there, another thing a lot of people don't know, or some people do, is that I was involved in doing PR for big businesses for a really long time. So I understand how big businesses or even small businesses will use these types of lawsuits as ways to draw publicity and spread, salacious information about enemies. And
right.
I see that. That's all I see.
It's an old school tactical defamation. It's defamation through. I mean, why do you think these filings went out via social media weeks before we were even served?
Yes, and I there's been one thing I've been wanting to say about that damn press conference they said they were going to have, and then they canceled it.
That marching band, yeah.
I'm going to say this. They had to, again, I've been in PR for over 25 years. I know how that works. They tried to pitch that story and they tried to pitch a press conference, and they just couldn't get anybody to show up.
Right. Well, nobody was going to show up. Right. Yeah. It had nothing to do with a marching band. It may have had something to do with the fact that you can't hold a public press conference on the courthouse steps for a civil filing. That may have been one reason.
But they could have moved it somewhere else, and
right. But to have, the news needs to RSVP to a public presser? Come on. Come on.
And
Hi,
I'm
ladies.
Hey, Eve.
Hello.
Sorry, I didn't want to interject. That was y'all were doing really well. I was listening to what you were saying, and I have to agree, Lynn. Some of these civil lawsuits will happen merely for PR related, to get people's attention, or to use as a discovery tool or evidence tool, so that they can then use what they find in the local charge for whatever they're going after. So, a
Right.
criminal
But don't
charge. And
forget, Nick himself said there won't be depositions. And I don't know what they think they're going to find with me, but they're not going to find what they're looking for.
You're right.
But what they're wanting, I think, so a RICO conspiracy, we all know at this point, means that someone colluded with a entity within a local prosecution, government, whether it be state, local, whatever, federal. And because this is a civil lawsuit, it's very lax on what they can ask for and what the judge allows in if it's approved. So
Yeah,
it has to go through these stages, and I don't see it happening. However, they can still request, or the courts can request, well, if you're going to allege this happened, prove it. And then they can sequester and subpoena that information. And that's what I think they're looking for, to use for whatever theory they have that they're not telling people. And I assume it's because they think there's corruption in the police. That's what I think this is all about. And they're trying to find something that someone said to someone else to use it to then get the FBI involved more.
You are correct that a lot of people do try to file these types of suits to get discovery and get access to information they otherwise might not have access to. But you have to get pretty far along into a civil lawsuit to get to that point. There are so many hurdles to cross before you get to that point, and I mean, that for sure is one of the biggest, hugest reasons that Lana filed her lawsuits, was to get access to information she didn't have.
That she thought existed.
That she thought existed, exactly. And
right.
And anyway, so getting back to this, you have to get past motions, and like, look at Queen Bees and Bullhorn Betty's. They haven't even, how long has that been going on? They haven't gotten to that stage yet.
Yeah, I think a year and a half. Yeah,
they haven't even gotten to that stage yet, because they're hardly past the point of even accepting the actual claims and counterclaims. You know what I mean? It's like, it takes so long to get to that point. They have so many hurdles to get by. And I don't know if Pennsylvania is an anti-SLAPP state. Is it?
It is. It is.
So there you go. So there's, Eve, are you familiar with anti-SLAPP?
I'm familiar because of all of this.
Yeah. And
but you can go ahead and break it down if you like.
I don't want to describe it. Yeah, you can.
Well, anti-SLAPP is pretty much a lawsuit that is brought against public participation. And in my opinion, and in the opinion of attorneys I've spoken with, this is the most clear-cut anti-SLAPP filing that will likely make case law for PA, because they just updated their anti-SLAPP ruling. Like, it just expanded. So this will likely be one of the first ever anti-SLAPP lawsuits that is presented. So when Nick said this will make case law, I do believe he's correct, but not in the way he's thinking. It is very much an anti-SLAPP lawsuit, which is pretty much an anti-SLAPP is brought to stop criticism or different opinions. And that is what Joseph Lesniak admitted to, in my opinion, on his court TV moment, where he states that he's not going to let us continue to use our platforms. Well, you don't have a right to take away my freedom of speech. And so long as I'm not defaming, which I have never done, I have every right to say what I'm saying. And I will continue to say what I'm saying until and unless a judge tells me not to.
Right.
Which, let's talk about that, Lynn. So Eve, in their injunction, they want the judge to prematurely take away our freedom of speech.
Right.
Well, they want to weaponize it. They want to weaponize your freedom of speech to get some kind of intel that they think might just come about and help them uh, find the truth to find Sebastian, and then use that as a PR move. It's a very strategic, and I see why they did what they did, thinking that it would benefit them. Unfortunately, it weaponizes the true crime community here, which they could care less about. So y'all are just fodder for them, and to weaponize against each other and Sebastian. But I think that the main bottom line reasoning besides PR and to intimidate others is to get that one uh, public corruption statement from someone that colluded with a law enforcement officer or something like that, as an example, to then probe further into the case that no one will have access to, not even the parents.
Well, because
Because you could file for discovery motions, even if there is illegitimate claims, there you could still probe. It happens all the time.
to an extent,
Yeah,
they have to get
it just
past.
depends.
They have to get past the slap, and they're not going to get past the slap. But you're right. I think part of them believes full-heartedly that the Proudfoots are in cahoots with local law enforcement, and they're thinking that by going through us, they're going to lead to that. But that is again very similar to what Lana thought, that there was some big, conspiracy behind her back that just didn't exist. So they're never going to get it because it's not there.
Well, let's just say you put in a motion to request information that gets into the court for the judge on this civil case. It's in the record. It's on the books. That could be then used locally for whatever they want to use it for.
Right.
And that, I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to throw anything on the wall for it to stick, to see if they can get information to do what they're doing, which is exploiting Sebastian's case. But
am I missing something? Is there some allegation of law enforcement corruption in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What
So
am I?
they're claiming
that.
that the Proudfoots are paying off local law enforcement, TBI, Secret Services, FBI. That is their claims. Yes.
And I guarantee you that is the majority thinking process for at least Bullhorn.
That's not going to be discovered in a civil lawsuit. I'm sorry.
Nope.
That's just
well,
not.
well, but here's the thing about civil lawsuits with RICO. If there is an inkling, then it has to be looked at by the DOJ, which they're going to laugh. Okay, let's be real here.
Right. They don't even remotely follow the guidelines for RICO in this filing.
But in their heads, they think, because Betty is delusional. She thinks that it's absolutely true and it's happening. And therefore, once the DOJ or whoever gets a hold of it, everything's going to break open and she's going to save the day. And she better be careful, because it might implicate somebody that she's backing right now. You might want to be careful. This might backfire, is what I'm trying to say.
It's absolutely going to backfire. This is not going to be what they think it's going to be.
Yeah, and a lawsuit like this takes valuable time and attention away from the actual search.
Right. Well, that was one thing I've spoken with somebody about, is that the time they take to make these filings, to add to their motions, to come online and speak about the lawsuit, is all precious time that could be spent on actually finding Sebastian.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of absurdity here. A lot of it is originating from Betty, which in my opinion, a lot of the filings have as well. But I just don't believe it's going to get very far.
Is that private 747 somehow connected to
Miss Robin
to their weekly meetings with the Trump administration or something?
The administration that's currently being built.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can't, New Jersey, Robin. They can't. Like, they can try to use whatever they want against me. Surely they can try it. And yes, they can tie us up financially in this fight. but we will be, it's not going to go the way they think. And the fact that they have so many people believing, I mean, on one hand, Lynn and Eve, they're telling everybody this is a federal lawsuit. Right off the bat, it is not. They're telling people we're looking at
No,
up to
yeah,
20
correct.
years in jail. Again, we're not. You can't even put criminal code in a civil suit, which is all they did. So I don't know why so many people believe that they're going to be successful in this, or that they're talking to the Trump administration. I just don't understand it.
And also that people believe any of this stuff. It's just,
It has to be approved by a very specific division within the DOJ for criminal RICO charges to happen, and that's typically way after the civil lawsuit's done and everything is entered and there's an actual basis. There's no basis.
Has anyone not noticed that there's been like a RICO trial going on for a year in Atlanta?
Right. And what just happened there?
And how messy it is. I mean, these cases are incredibly complicated, and it takes a really very savvy lawyer to do it. And that's criminal. We're talking about civil. Civil is usually not as complicated or whatever. But they're basically saying that because a bunch of people said similar things, even if they're not connected, just because they said them all on the same platform about the same person, they're all implicated.
Right. Well, that's like saying everybody who I keep referencing the Chris Watts case, right? Anybody who spoke about Chris Watts in a similar format, therefore, is now a RICO organization. You're going to have a really hard time presenting to a judge that the YouTube algorithm is based on RICO. Because that's what it is. It's the algorithm. The algorithm, you know this more than anybody, Lynn, is based towards the personal viewer's interests. So, of course, after Bright Light leaves here or Pearl Strand leaves, they're going to be recommended a video that has a similar thought process and or topic as mine. That's the way the algorithm works. That's not RICO.
Yeah.
And actually, civil RICOs have a lot more minefields than criminal, is what every attorney I've spoken with said.
Well, and there's two things. And from my very simple understanding, there's two things you have to prove. You have to prove that two or more people literally coordinated with each other directly and agreed to do criminal things with each other, agreed to do these unethical things with each other.
Right.
Not that they agreed to, let's have a panel and have a discussion. No, not that. Right. No. That they agreed to, they had to literally go say, let's go and lie intentionally about a certain person so that the world would believe terrible things about them. That's what they have to prove, that all these people did that on purpose about all these other people. That's fucking ridiculous.
It is. And it's just non-existent.
Yeah.
And then it happened. And what really blows my mind about it all is that what they're putting as their basis for this RICO don't even meet RICO guidelines. Like, and it's untrue. The filings aren't even true. It's the whole thing is like, it's a mind fuck is what it is. It's a complete mind fuck. And it's unbelievable that anybody even put all this crackpot ramblings into a 300-page document and
it's a conspiracy. It's an actual illegitimate conspiracy of a RICO conspiracy. You have to prove the RICO conspiracy, not conspire that it may have happened. Like,
well, and they
have it backwards.
They keep saying 6 degrees of separation. That's what they keep saying. Like, no, you don't 6 degrees. Well, Nick actually said, I'm sure there's somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows Cluminati.
Yeah, somebody said that on my video.
I saw that. They said 6 degrees is a son of a bitch, isn't it, Lynn? They said something like that.
And the irony is that if you're conspiring to create a fake RICO conspiracy for people, that's a RICO.
That's RICO within itself.
Potentially.
Right.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. If anybody looks like a RICO organization right now, it is the quote unquote green team that even labeled themselves a team.
Especially that you aren't right beside a missing child's father Direct contact. I mean, if
That's a good
anybody is
point.
going to be complicit in that potentially, it's the one who's filing these lawsuits, and they know that.
And I'm going to say, I think honestly, the most damning part of my video is where you see Betty and Tony Mathis and Seth sitting there, and Betty asks, "What do you think is the one thing that will bring Sebastian back?" And Tony goes, "Hey, let me answer that, okay? It's Katie telling the truth." And then, so literally he's saying that's the only thing that will bring Sebastian back is Katie telling the truth. So they're right out there saying she's the one. She is the one, right? Immediately, Seth then says, yeah, we should go back to the 70s form of interrogation. And, it might not be ethical, but, and then Betty says, oh, yeah, like waterboarding. And Seth says, well, you're not the first person who said that. Come on. So, and then there's, how many people have seen that video? And that's not the only time they insinuated things like that or outright said things like that.
Right.
So that is literally inciting hate and violence on an unproven accusation.
Right. And that's exactly what they're accusing us of doing. But all I've ever done is play back Steph's words, point out inconsistencies, and just commentate on it, which is what I'm welcome to do. What they're doing is what they're trying to sue us for. And they are blatantly pointing out these allegations, slanderous remarks. They're defaming them, and they're inciting masses to go after them on like Dog just said on Court TV. He repeated a rumor that was disproven months back as fact.
Right.
The whole thing to me is just so. And then when people go live and they say things like, look how horrible they're being to a father of a missing child, and then 10 minutes later they're accusing the mother of a missing child, it just baffles me, the lack of self-awareness.
Right.
Well, and they need to really consider the difference between what has been said versus what has been done on both sides. And if you look at a RICO conspiracy, the plaintiffs have a lot more damning things on their agenda that they have done and maybe will continue to do than any one of the defendants. That's the irony of this. And so if they think that they're going to get ahead of that because they're going to file this bogus lawsuit on YouTube creators, it's not going to look good at the end of the day when this is done.
Right, it's going to be a reverse,
And I really hope that they know that, because it might turn back on you.
Well, that's what I keep saying is in the law, you know, when you approach these things, if you are going to, there's the idea of clean hands. If you accuse somebody in the law of doing something, you better have clean hands, and their arms are caked with mud. I mean,
well, did you see Stephen Fisher, SM Investigates? Did you see his opposition as a non-party?
Yes, I don't actually know. I did not read that. I read other stuff because I read the 83-page filing. I don't even know if a filing is supposed to be that long, but anyway,
no.
I read the 83-page filing, and then I read his first thing that he posted on Twitter, but I didn't read his non-party opposition.
Yeah, so he basically put in there everything you're saying about the clean hands and said like none of these plaintiffs have clean hands. And he breaks down each plaintiff and just how dirty their hands are. And it was very well done.
Yeah, and it's not like their hands are dirty in other instances. Bullhorn Betty's hands are dirty in this
instance.
Specific case. Toward the people
protective orders.
Yeah.
Like, come on, ma'am. You have protective orders.
Criminally.
And then you have her stating in her filing that I'm the reason she was arrested in Tennessee. Yeah.
Really?
Wouldn't the irony be that the RICO conspiracy is trying to catch Seth and Bull or Betty doing the RICO conspiracy? Like, I'm just allegedly putting that out there. That would be really ironic.
It would
You know?
be. It would be.
I've been wondering how they, I have no idea, but I've been kind of thinking about how did they, pull this together? Like, was it like Nick or somebody saying, okay, everybody, to get in on this lawsuit, everybody has to pay $5,000.
No, they all admitted it was free, Lynn.
Oh, they did? Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh,
They admitted it was free.
Gotcha. Okay. So
Yeah.
they're doing this on contingency so that
Well, so Joseph Lasniak is like a really good friend of Nick's.
okay.
So I don't even believe it's on a contingency. I believe they are a RICO enterprise, if I'm being honest. And I do, and I believe they are willing to do these type of things for free. I believe they have done it for publicity, is my opinion. I don't think they think that this was going to get anywhere. I honestly believe that they dropped it on a Friday on social media, offered us a way out by Saturday, threatened a press conference by Wednesday in hopes of getting us to fold and cave in those few days. I don't think they thought that we would fight back.
What was the way out? To just shut up about it?
I was able to go sign my name to a piece of paper, basically stating I will no longer bully.
Oh my God.
And then I could also give them $500 and I'd be out of it.
Oh my
The
God.
audacity.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Wait. Say that last thing again. You were offered money?
No, I offered to pay them money. If I gave him
Oh my
$500.
God. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I could give them $500 to have my name removed from this.
That kind of sounds like extortion.
Isn't that extortion?
It felt like
sounds
extortion.
like extortion to me.
That sounds like extortion. And then the blackmail from
Yeah.
saying, if the creators out there don't want to have their names added to this, I would just shut up, basically.
Did anybody pay? Do you know?
No. Mm-mm. Nobody paid. No, and then it was if I
holy crap.
If I agree to and I take their settlement that's being offered, I could have a really big YouTube channel, Lynn.
Oh my God.
I mean, God,
Yeah.
if people had money, the counter suits would be amazing and probable to win because of what they're doing, what they're actually doing criminally.
And then you
in my
have
opinion.
Betty. Betty went live very recently and said, people keep thinking this is about Sebastian Rogers. It's not. Well, that's your whole basis is that we are hindering the search efforts for Sebastian Rogers. So tell me, ma'am, how this isn't about him and tell that to the judge.
Nonsense had a good point about the witness tampering. Who's the witnesses?
Right. Who's the witnesses?
Who are you referring to? And how do you know who they are?
Yep. But this is what SF basically did. He broke down each plaintiff. Like, for example, he said Nick, as noted in plaintiff, his own filing, is currently on parole. His parole officer has restricted his ability to engage in further involvement in this case, citing violations of his parole terms. So he basically goes down and, Dog is a well-known public figure. He's not a licensed private investigator. Andrea is currently facing 6 charges for violating protective orders. Seth Rogers is a self-admitted suspect. Tony Mathis has no experience, and he also showed his penis on a live stream. Then you go down and you get into Julia, and basically he breaks down how each of them have dirty hands. It was very well done.
Wow.
But yeah, it feels like there's been a lot of intimidation, extortion, blackmail, slander.
I mean, technically, wouldn't KP be the only witness because she was the only one there when he disappeared? I mean, she would be the only witness. So I don't see how anything in that filing relates to witness intimidation. Do they think they're witnesses? Because no.
They also want us to admit that they're also claiming we endangered endangered Sebastian, child endangerment. Yeah, it's pretty. The whole thing's pretty reckless. It's pretty at face value. Is exactly what they continue to speak and say it is. And Nick knows it. He said as much. He said, nobody could afford this lawsuit. No YouTuber, maybe 2 if they have millions of subscribers, but no average YouTuber can afford this lawsuit, which shows that his intention is to financially ruin somebody. It's pretty fucked up.
It's a shakedown, man.
It is.
What a shakedown.
It is. It is a
And for me, again, it was just seeing a I was like, why on earth is the father of a missing child getting involved in a lawsuit like this within a year after his son is missing, while he's out there claiming that all he wants to do is find his son, and he's out there on the ground, boots on the ground every day finding his son. That's why I went in search of, his interviews to see what's going on. And that's what I found.
Yeah.
Yeah, the attorney general. That's where you go, nonsense. She's got a good point. Because they have a lot of power.
And it makes you wonder, too, why these guys went from saying that Sebastian is no longer with us to now adamantly telling people that he's alive. And they have really good leads all over the world, pretty much. It's just weird. The whole thing's weird. The whole thing is, it breaks my heart, because without this divide, so much could have been done to actually help Sebastian. The time and resources this has taken to file this, that alone could be spent on Sebastian. And instead, this is being done to shut people up about Sebastian, and then have the nerve to go on TV and cry that nobody's speaking about Sebastian. Well, what? We can only speak what you want us to speak. And if not, you get thrown. I mean, Nick literally said, you say one word, just one word we don't like, and we're putting your name in this. And then you're going to be in and out of court for the next 5 years.
Or at least threatened about it. And, nonsensically.
Did they, I can't remember reading the filings recently, but was there any mention of collusion with law enforcement?
No.
Specifically creators with Kate and Chris?
No.
Well, then they have that. I mean, it's really so baseless. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's obviously ridiculous, but that would have been their smoking gun. Is that what they're trying to get? That's what I think. They're trying to find it.
I don't even think they're trying to find that. I think they are trying to get some type of reality show or publish a book or start a 501c3. And the only way for them to do that is to silence, oppose, and fuse, so that anybody thereafter that goes and types their name into an algorithm, they're not going to see our videos where we're mentioning, hey, they came out here and threatened people with truth serum. They don't want that shit on the internet anymore. They want that all gone. They don't want Seth Rogers up there pretending to masturbate. They don't want Seth Rogers up there spending 2 hours disparaging Katie. They want all of that erased from the internet. So anybody that goes is just going to see this poor father searching for his son, and these great heroes, these great elite team of ninjas that came in the middle of the night to save the day. That's what they want, in my opinion.
Do we have any examples of that side intimidating, Chris and Katie to do something or else, do something or this will happen?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's lots of that out there, right?
There's a ton of it. I showed 2 examples today. This is the hate that they're creating towards these parents who law enforcement said there's no signs of foul play. Hey, Katie, I know you know what happened to your son. I got your number from a friend. So if you don't want me giving your number out, then what happened to him, bitch? They're inciting an unbelievable amount of hate towards Chris and Katie when there is no signs that they did anything.
Well, and the protective orders have a lot of that evidence to support that, right? So what are you doing over there? Like, what are y'all doing? It blows my mind, and I feel for you, Granny, and everyone that's involved in this, because it's wrong and expensive and time-consuming and stressful, and they know that. But I got your back. I try to send money when I can for this, because I know it's expensive. I've been through civil litigation. It sucks. But hopefully everyone will support you guys and keep doing it, because at the end game, it's going to be worth it.
I appreciate that, but I do question how much worth it is it, right? Like on one hand, we have these people with somehow this attorney who's willing to risk everything he's ever worked for to put his signature on this, go to any length he can to stop any opposing views. And it is literally stomping on our freedom of speech, and they're threatening up to 50 other true crime creators as well, or YouTubers and subscribers and everything. But at the end of the day, the financial strain this will take, it's not even fair to put that burden on everybody else to say, hey, pay this. And they know that. So it comes down to, like, morally, is it easier to kind of give these pieces of shit what they want, no longer speak on Sebastian or his disappearance at all, and say, fuck all of it? I don't know. But then are they going to go and strong arm everybody in every case thereafter? Because they
have no merit. They
Right.
have no merit outside of drama with other people to get attention for whatever their reasoning is, which is money.
Right. No, they're not even asking for money from us.
Yeah, but the publicity is what gives them that.
Yeah, and I don't think the publicity reached the levels they thought it would. They approached several different news agencies with this, and none of them wanted to touch the alleged RICO. Because anybody who reads it can tell it is crackpot ramblings.
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you they're not going to get the documentary, the Netflix or Hulu or Paramount documentary they think they're going to get. They're just becoming part of the story in a bad way.
Right. This isn't the good publicity they want. Now, I can understand if I was really out here doing the things that they allege I was doing, if I was really out here screaming from the rooftops that he's a P word and he unalive Sebastian, all that, I could understand. But I'm not doing that. I'm one of the very few this whole time that has said there should be zero sides. While I don't like Seth Rogers, I've never accused him of having anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. And it just sounds, I think I was a stepping stone because of where I live. Fucking thing. The whole thing is ridiculous.
I feel bad. I really feel bad about, the fact that basically it sounds like it was your geographic location that got you involved in this lawsuit, right? And like, I feel for you because I am down basically $25,000 because of lawsuits on YouTube, and I consider it basically a investment in my YouTube presence, and to protect myself.
Yeah.
But I don't wish that on anybody. I don't wish that on anybody. And
it's the most stressful thing, especially when it's so faceless. It's maddening. And I feel for everyone. I really do.
Yeah.
It is maddening. It is. It is so stressful, so ridiculous. And it just baffles me. Like, I know we have the anti-slap law, but it baffles me that there's not something that can be done to immediately stop this. Like, just stop, because it's that fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for letting me up and giving my 2 cents. And I support you and the other creators in SF who is going through this. So just keep up the good fight.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up, Eve. Yeah, I'm starting to get emotionally responsive, so it's probably time I go ahead and log off too.
Yeah, I'll jump down. I just want to say one really quick thing. It's hilarious to me that people will use any tiny little connection to assume that now there's some case to be made for RICO. In the comment section in my video, Nonsense had come in and said, oh, hey, this is a great video. And I had used her public playlist to reference some of the videos that I clipped from. So I said, oh, thanks for the playlist. She and I had never, ever, ever had a conversation before. So somebody who reacted to my video then said, oh, yeah, clearly Lynn and Nonsense have been talking and they've been colluding and collaborating because she got her playlist from Nonsense. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So
Well, you know what, Lynn? That person, is funny you say that, because I can guess right off the verbiage you used who that person was, because that person also claims when Nonsense started pointing out their disinformation that it must have been because Nonsense was talking with me, despite the
Right.
fact that I wasn't speaking to her. But let me tell you something. The fact that these other plaintiffs are all moderators of hers, they all share out each other's thing, they call each other family. You tell me who's the fucking Rico enterprise here, because I see a bunch of criminals that have joined arms to strong arm us out of our freedom of speech and fucking financially ruin us, and that little bitch gets to sit over there and point her chubby little falling asleep fucking fingers and accuse other people of doing this shit. I'm so fucking tired of her.
It wasn't that one. It was a different one, but
Oh wow, there's another fucking moron. Shut.
I totally understand how you feel. I totally understand how you
Makes
feel.
me sick. Like, this bitch is literally trying to ruin my life and using a missing child to do so.
Yeah.
And reading your comments to calm myself down. These are some of the comments I'm seeing that make me absolutely sick, because this is what they have created. They have created this fallacy that if anybody says a singular word that they disagree with, that they get to threaten you with fucking jail time, accuse you of RICO, and then go forward and slander yourself all over the internet. Like this stupid MK person. Oh, right, where'd it go? Right here. How much are you being paid to cover up for the Proudfoots? No one is this stupid. What are you missing? A brain? What are they missing? Their son. Okay, you don't think the Proudfoots are missing their son? Under Katie's watch, but you forgot to mention that. Let me guess, you voted for Kamala because you hate men. I will be naming you in Rico. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are any of these people?
Right. Did you see my comment back to them?
Actually, I'm reading it right now. If you think this video warrants a video maker being included in a RICO lawsuit, I have totally legit legal correspondence course to sell you. You'll get your law degree in 2 weeks for $500 guaranteed. All right, I needed a laugh. And at the end, you'll find out the First Amendment speech is not grounds for litigation. It seems as though you might take that seriously, so don't. I don't have a course. You won't get a law degree in 2 weeks.
I mean, they take sarcasm seriously, so sometimes you just have to, make sure they know they won't get that law degree for $500 in 2 weeks. But it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is. It is.
Another person just came in and said, "You are the most horrible person in the entire world. You suck."
I saw that, and you were like, overreaction of the century.
Overreaction of the century, yeah.
Well, and this is the chatter that said it, right? TJ. That's also the chatter that emailed a creator and made some bullshit ass story that somebody threatened to lock their doors and light their house on fire.
Oh.
Without zero proof of it ever being stated anywhere. And then that creator went on to blame me for that comment and cried that they needed cameras now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's the type of group of people that you're working with. It is okay for them to count the alcohol bottles behind Katie. It is okay for them to question why Katie, a mother of an autistic child, wouldn't have cameras while sitting on a panel of a mother with autistic child that doesn't have cameras. It is okay for them to judge that she doesn't cry enough. She was eating. How dare she go out to eat and you have a missing child? But meanwhile, negate what they're saying. Like, you can't sit there and blame the parents of a missing child and then scream, how dare you blame the parent of a missing child?
Right.
I'm so fucking aggravated with it all.
It's so funny. Because I have this new channel, a lot of times people don't know that it's me and that they have commented on videos of mine from previous channels and they still hate me.
Well, they tried saying that. Little Betty Jr. over there tried saying, Lynn used to sit with Natasha Cooper.
Yeah.
But so did she. So did she.
I know the fact that I went for 3 months associated with Natasha Cooper has
like 3 years ago.
Like 3 years ago has stuck with me, man. Woo!
Right. But it's okay that she's messaging with Natasha behind the scenes, trying to buddy up with her, and has used her playbook ever since. Love that.
Yeah.
I also love these comments, the whataboutisms. Maybe do a video of Chris and Katie. Why don't you do a video of Chris and Katie if you feel so impelled? Who are these people to tell people that your video isn't good enough because you didn't add in what they wanted you to add in? Then make your own video.
Well, the whole thing about this is that I actually did look at a lot of the Chris and Katie videos, and I didn't see any of that behavior. That's the whole reason I made this video.
Right.
You know?
Like right here, you clearly haven't seen all there is to say. I can send you a very detailed list of every interview each parent went on with little keynotes as well. And I can guarantee you still didn't miss because what these people see never existed.
Right.
It's just a shame that the biggest takeaway I got from your video is that instead of talking about Sebastian, here we are once again, even on court TV, we are blaming Chris and Katie, and there is not much information given about Sebastian.
Right.
His own father has put him and behind him once again. And I see that in every interview too. Every interview he's in. I don't know if you saw him with Jennifer Coffendorfer.
I did not.
That one was interesting, Lynn. So the whole thing was supposed to be get to know more about Sebastian, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she says, how much does Sebastian weigh at birth? Now, a normal parent, if they don't remember, they say, I don't remember, but maybe, I think it was around 6 pounds, or Seth's response, not as much as the weight now on my shoulders.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What was Sebastian's first words? Well, this one might get me in trouble, but it was a curse word.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Or what was it like when you found out you were going to be a father? I thought, oh, I'm going to be a horrible father. Like there was nothing like everything is so negative. I call him Eeyore, so negative, and then he comes out with some hallmarky remark. In that video, he also claims he was a full-time dad, full-time student, full-time worker. There's a lot of full times going on in one full day. You know, it's just it's so redundant, and every single time it's meant to be about Sebastian, it goes back to woe is Seth. It drives me nuts, and I'm allowed to feel that way.
So it's always about Seth, and it's either me good, them bad, right? And it's the perception management,
right?
And yeah.
How about when he stated when Sebastian was born, he peed on the nurse, and Seth thought, "Oh, there's my boy marking his territory."
Oh my God.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to see any of those as red flags. It's like, you know what?
And on the other hand, I was lurking when Chris and Katie had that really nice chill conversation on Queen Bees, when all they did was talk about Sebastian, right? It was really just about Sebastian. They would ask a question about Sebastian, like what kind of movies did he like? What kind of food did he like? And they didn't go, oh, well, you know, he really liked horror movies, but Seth would only take him to, you know, animation. You know what I mean? They didn't do that kind of shit.
Right. I'll tell you this, and this the God's honest to truth, because one time, there was one singular time I got a phone call from Chris Proudfoot after he emailed me asking me to remove, there was somehow personal documents from his child custody case got out there. And in them, they basically say that these guys are cleared. And despite that going good in their favor, that he didn't want that on the internet because it pertains to his child. It's sealed documents. So anyway, I spoke to him, and I literally said to him, how are you guys just ignoring what Seth is out here doing? I can't believe that you're not out here, you know, telling everybody the truth about Seth. And I said this in the beginning. I said, I guarantee they won't, because with people like Seth, their mask slips and people will eventually see it. And that did happen. But do you know what Chris said back to me? And I hope he doesn't mind this. He said, we understand that he's missing Sebastian. And he's just misdirecting his anger. It was something along those lines. And I thought, what an animal way to say that. Like, he could have been like, fuck him. What a piece of shit. This was in private.
Mm-hmm.
But he still maintained, we understand why he's upset. It's wrong what he's doing, but he'll have to answer for that. And Katie said she never wants to be the reason when Sebastian is found, he comes back to all of this and has to see that his mother was involved in it.
Yeah.
How can't you understand and respect those answers?
Yeah, it's thinking of your kid first. I mean, any of us who have been through a divorce or a breakup with your kid's other parent, you don't want to hurt your child by speaking shit about the other parent. It hurts the child.
Right. It's one of the first things they tell you not to do.
It's written in my divorce papers. You
And
don't.
then wasn't it weird when you played the part where Seth says, Sebastian said to me, Dad, why does mom hate you? And I said, she doesn't hate me, son. Oh, she said that to you on the phone. No, she didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're calling your own son a liar, or I
Right.
mean, and I felt like in that particular interview, he swapped roles. Everything Katie would say to him, he said as if he would say it to her.
Yeah.
And he goes on about his nuclear family being ruined and he wasn't doing a man's job. And I feel like he has a lot of regrets. And I understand that. I understand, especially if your child's missing, you're probably looking back like, I can only imagine. I should have done this. I should have done that. But to take that out on people like me who have done nothing but try to keep your son's photo and face out there, wonder why people no longer want to speak. So sad. This whole thing's sad because there is a 15-year-old child that we pray is alive. And what is he coming back to?
Yeah.
I could understand why a child would leave if this is what he was living with. I can understand why he would run. Sadly.
It is very, 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 very sad. And I pray he's alive and not seeing any of this.
So do I. I pray he's what his father says he is, which is inside a house somewhere playing video games.
Yeah.
Do you plan on doing more videos, or are you ready to be accused of RICO, or
Yeah, I have no plans for more videos on this particular thing. I don't have any plans unless something, comes into my face. But I pretty much move around to different topics on this channel. Yeah. So
yeah, I love the way you do that, and I like the fact that you give a very unemotional outsider's perspective. You're not,
that's the idea. That's the idea. So yeah, well,
I think you did a great job, and it's not just because I agree with your perspective. It's because your perspective was, it was very rounded. It was fair. It was factually backed up, and you did something many creators don't do, which is your own research, put together your own thoughts, and presented it in such a way that I know I was thankful for, and I'm sure the Profas were thankful.
Well, and as you know, I didn't do it for anybody, but just to show what I saw. And if it was for anybody, it was for the truth and a little bit for Sebastian, but I certainly hope he doesn't see it. You know what I'm saying? It was
Right.
for the truth of his case. You know what I'm saying? But I honestly hope that he doesn't ever see it, to be honest.
Yeah, and it was for the fact that you've experienced similar ridiculous allegations, and
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I personally would love to have you do more videos on the topic, because it was like, for me, so immediately I must have been emailed by 15 people, and I'm not kidding you, Lynn. 15 people, and I had already seen it at that point, but it was like, these people are so good at gaslighting. And I know my audience and my subscribers here and all that, they help me, but you don't know if at any point, if it's just, I see some creators go on camera and people are like, oh my God, you're gorgeous. And I'm like, oh, they look horrible. So, sometimes your subscribers tell you what you want to hear. So having you as somebody who is an outsider put together such a well done video that helped remind me that I'm not crazy. It really meant more to me than I think you realize. And I know you didn't do it for that purpose, but I just want to tell you how much it did mean, and sincerely thank you for doing that.
Well, I'm glad that it helped you see how other people see it. And that there are other people out here. Like I said, I can't vouch for what you or any of the other defendants may or may not have done. I just see that this is a ridiculous lawsuit. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I just see that it's still it's a publicity stunt. I see it for what it is, and it doesn't mean that I'm defending every single defendant. I don't know what all the defendants have done, but I read the lawsuit and I didn't see I couldn't I just couldn't get behind it. I just couldn't. So.
Yeah, no, I've said some mean things for sure. That probably I shouldn't have, because again, as a grieving father, but when you see what he's so easily willing to do to a grieving mother, I got a little personally involved, if you will. But does that mean I should be sued? And no, it doesn't. So,
Right.
all right, Lynn, I appreciate you
All right.
very much.
Well, thanks for having me up and for showing the video, and have a great rest of your day.
You as well. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
If you guys haven't, go subscribe up to Lynn over here. She is not, because she came on this panel today, doesn't mean she is conspiring with me. She is not. It was genuinely an outsider's perspective, a very much appreciated and well-needed one. Thank you, Brandy. 35 months. You and What the Crock with 35 months. What a blessing. You guys are all amazing. Seriously, I don't know where I'd be without each of you that continue to come every day despite the threats that you're receiving, the intimidation thrown your way. I know many of you have emailed me with concerns, wondering if you have to buy IP protectors, if you need to change your names. And I'm just sorry that anybody has to go through that for simply participating in this chat. But it means a lot to me that you come back regardless of those threats. You know what? Nonsense. I am such an emotional wreck right now. Like, I'm all over the place. So I think I will. I think I'm going to go over to the farmer's market and walk around and get some fresh air and remind myself there are worse things, right? I could be missing a child right now. And for that, I'm lucky I'm not. So everything else will fall in place, hopefully. Lynn's video, I just dropped it again in the comments. And let's go ahead and leave out with Sebastian's video. On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Emergency Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's take this moment to pray for Sebastian's safe return.